Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm getting a thumbs up that we're ready to start. We start off this morning with a public hearing, so I will read the public hearing address. I'm Mark Pendergraft, and I'll be chairing this morning's public hearing. This is a public hearing for proposed Regional District of Okanagan-Smilkameen bylaws numbers 2790 .03 2023 and 2800 .18 2023. OCP and zoning bylaw amendments involving properties within the Falder water system and the greater designated community watersheds in electoral area F. The proposed bylaws and related information, including written comments received to date, is available for review on the Regional District's webpage and at the back table. At this public hearing, all persons wishing to speak will be given an opportunity to do so and are asked to commence their remarks by stating their name and address. Written comments may be submitted before closure of the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak at this public hearing is asked to do one of the following. If you are attending in person, please raise your hand to indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by a computer, please click the raise hand button, which can be found in the participants panel on the bottom right-hand side of your computer screen. This will also indicate that you wish to speak. If you are participating by phone, please press *3 on your phone's keypad. Having indicated that you wish to speak, you will then be placed in a queue until you are invited to speak. All speakers will be restricted to a time limit of 5 minutes until everyone who wishes to speak has had an opportunity to do so. Anyone wishing to speak a second time may do so by following the same protocol of raising your hand, selecting the raise hand button on your computer, or by pressing *3 on your phone's keypad. To submit written comments, please provide them to staff at the back table or email them to planning@rdos.bc.ca prior to the close of this public hearing. I will now ask planning staff to outline the specifics of the proposed bylaws. Please go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. I do have a presentation.
I have one new voice message. New message. Monday, 19 a.m.
Hi, Jen. It's Tina calling here from Global News at 10 a.m. here on Monday. I was hoping to chat with yourself today about the...
Okay. So as mentioned, this is a public hearing for amendment bylaws number 2790.03 being an amendment bylaw to the OCP bylaw and 2800.18 being an amendment bylaw to the Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw. So as many of us know, the Falder zoning review, and that's what the name that encapsulates the two amendment bylaws that we're speaking about today. That was initiated in 2021 following the receipt of concerns from a number of members from the public regarding water availability in the Falder area. And this was particularly in relation to an application to rezone a property to facilitate subdivision in the South Falder area. A number of studies have been undertaken since that time, and there have been known water supply concerns in the area. We understand that the water system in Falder is at capacity, and on top of this, we have received a number of different development applications in the area, which would seek to increase density. Contributing to this zone review was the completion of the Meadow Valley Aquifer Study, which was completed in August 2022. This study aimed to better assess the current and future groundwater availability, as well as the capacity of the aquifer to support the number of land uses that we see in this region. The study came out with a number of recommendations, but the primary one that the Falder zoning review focuses on is the recommendation to limit or prevent additional development, land uses or activities that draw water out of the Meadow Valley aquifer within the Meadow Valley or North Falder areas. So the primary objectives of the Falder zone review are to ensure that the electoral area F official community plan policies are adequately reflecting the community concerns that we had heard about water availability. In particular, the OCP policies are currently seen to be quite broad and don't directly link subdivision concerns to water availability problems. Additionally, the second part of the objective is to address water resourcing concerns within the Falder community local water system service area by regulating land uses through new zoning provisions. So as it relates to regulating or addressing the water resourcing concerns from a localized water system and community level, the proposed amendments to the Electoral Area F Official Community Plan bylaw involves proposed amendments to the Falder Meadow Valley Local Area Policies, which would involve the introduction of new policies that speak to the board not supporting subdivision within or expansion of the Falder Community Water System local service area, as well as the construction of accessory dwellings and secondary suites within the Falder water system as a means of controlling any increased density. Additionally, there would be an introduction of a policy that speaks to not supporting the rezoning of parcels to facilitate subdivision, particularly within the boundaries of the Trout Community Watershed where the Meadow Valley Aquifer lies. And as a means of addressing these water resourcing concerns at a larger scale watershed level, the proposed amendments to the OCP bylaw involve introduction and revisions of existing resource area policies, which speak to protecting, maintaining, and managing water resources at a watershed level within the provincially designated community watersheds in the electoral area, including the Farley, Peachland, Shingle, and Trout community watersheds. Additionally, policy statements would involve supporting the protection of source water and water supply within the watersheds through the discouragement of rezoning of parcels to facilitate subdivision or increase densities within those watersheds. And lastly, there would be an introduction of encouraging language relating to provincial involvement in the watershed management and relevant land uses such as forestry practices and recreation. As it relates to the proposed zoning amendments, there would be the introduction of a new small holdings Falder zone, and this would apply solely to lands within the Falder water system only. This would be seen as a modification to the existing predominating small holdings 3 zone, which exists within the watershed boundaries, with the primary modifications being that maximum density would be limited to 1 principal dwelling unit. This would remove the secondary suites, accessory dwellings, and agriculture as permitted uses as a means of potentially mitigating any concerns of water-intensive uses there. Additionally, this would establish a 5-hectare minimum parcel size for subdivision to address concerns about additional density within the water system. And lastly, proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw would also include the introduction of a new watershed resource area zone, and this would apply solely to Crown lands within the watershed boundaries. This would limit permitted uses to agriculture, conservation area, outdoor recreation, and associated accessory buildings and structures, which are uses that would typically take place on Crown lands. And lastly, the established minimum parcel size for subdivision would be 120 hectares in order to ensure that these Crown lands are retained in large unfragmented parcels. And that's it for me, so thank you.
Thank you for that. I will hereby declare this public hearing open now and ask if there's anybody who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendments.
do think is wonderful, just in being able to talk to engineers and other people too about just how the water flows and what charges the well. I mean, engineers can tell you that there's lots of water, only for us to find out years later, like, how come we have no water? Like, it was quite dramatic. I was asked to be on a committee by Ron Perry, and then Michael Bryden later took over, and I and two other people were acting as a liaison between the regional district and the residents because of the level of anger and anxiety that was produced by, there's lots of water, now there's no water. And it was a really stressful situation. And when the completion of the new well with the uranium system, it's been wonderful, really, to just have that, you know, and Rob and Adam, they look after us really well. It's a wonderful place to live. I am absolutely not a person that's like, don't develop. When we purchased our property, it's subdividable, and we paid a premium because it had a good well on it. And there wasn't a lot of buildings at that time, because 35 years ago. It's really obviously changed, and we are hooked up to the system because that was kind of part of it. You had to hook up. I don't wish to leave. I would love to be able to build a little carriage house so that we could stay on the property, and my kids would have the big house, and we could kind of just get old there. So I understand why people want to do what they want to do, but in this world, sometimes bigger things take over. And I think that as a community and being a liaison for a community, I understand that at times we can't just think of ourselves. We really do have to think about other people and the fact that we all like to be able to turn on our taps and have water come out. I know when I kept a well log during that time, I had 10 residents within that catchment basement, and then also towards Summerland, and they were giving me their well readings every 5 days, and I kept track of that. And at some point, everybody was down to mud, and there was a lot of people that were personally trucking water that weren't connected to the system. So it wasn't just the system that was being affected by the lack of water, it was the greater area that was being affected. So I just think that it's really prudent to consider the water situation when we're looking at development, so that going forward, we do not re-enter a situation where we go, what just happened? How come we have no water? So I'm sure I've taken up my 5 minutes. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
Should I press this button again?
Just leave it for
Just leave
now,
it on?
that's fine. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendments? Anybody online that I'm missing, Danny? I'll ask for a second time. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaw amendments? I see a hand there. Please go ahead. Just come up to the front. State your name and address, please, and go ahead.
Tim Bohm, 95 Fish Lake Road. I'll just keep it really short and simple. So based off what my mother said there, if you don't know, I'm her son, I'd like to expand on the fact that on the water, what is happening is right now, even right now today, you could say if you want to measure it, probably have a good amount of quantity of water. We've had pretty good rainfall over the last couple of years. The creek has been running through the community, which never happens. But these are outliers. You have outliers of drought and you have outliers of good quantity of water. We can't use those to base off our community what we want to develop down the road. Even an average isn't good. What you want is a medium. You want to take away those outliers. So if we use those outliers right now, say we have good water and say, hey, we can afford to have a few more homes, a few more developments. Well, when that high peak drops down again, we're going to be in a crisis. And that'd be huge ignorance of the community to allow something like that to happen, because down the road then, when that outlier becomes back to a medium state, we're now going to be behind by a deficit quite significantly, depending on how many homes get added to that, the well or the aquifer at the time. And same with the wells too, in that little Falder shed. Even if you drill a well down, the chance of you hitting the same aquifer and tapping into that same water source is pretty high as well. So that's pretty much all I want to say. But just what I'm saying is, based on the outliers, we do want to eliminate those. And I think we need to find the medium, which I think is already capped at the was supposed to be 80 homes, but I think we're now up to 83 based on some things RDOS had to do with residents to try to tap into another well if we had to. So they gave out to one more building, I think, for that. But other than that, right now, if you ask me, based on how long I've lived there, we are capped based on the possibilities of the water level going up and down, where right now we can't remove somebody's home. I never want to take somebody's home away from them. But instead of giving ourselves the chance of creating a huge issue down the road, where we are at now is, I think, a healthy place to call it good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for your comments. I'll ask a second time, is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? And also a reminder, anybody wishing to put in a written submission can do so by sending it in before the close of this public hearing, which is a last minute reminder. And I'll ask for a third and final time. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to the proposed bylaws? I'll just check with Danny to make sure I'm not missing anybody online. Seeing no hands. Okay. I will then declare the public hearing closed at 9:20. And thank you everybody for your attendance and patience. We will move straight on then to Planning and Development Committee meeting this morning, and I will go to Director Knodel to chair that one. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Welcome to the June 15, 2023 Planning and Development Committee meeting. Looking for a motion to accept the agenda. Moved to Director Taylor, second. Seconder, Director Coyne Senior. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move right on to the first item. Municipal ticketing information, MTI bylaw review. CAO, will you please do the preamble?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. We do have presentations on each of these three issues on your agenda today. So I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Garish, and he'll take you through this one on the municipal ticket information system.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, so I do have a presentation, which is hopefully going to be up here in a second. Okay, I can see, oh, there it is. Yep. Okay, so municipal ticket information bylaw review. So, yeah, just a quick preamble before I jump into some of the background context here. So my primary reason of bringing this forward today is I wanted to set the record straight, because I believe earlier this year in relation to the soil bylaw, and more recently in relation to the development permit ticketing discussion, that the board had raised questions in relation to the maximum amount of fines that could be levied. And I, as it turns out, incorrectly advised the board that it was a maximum of $500. Not incorrect in the context of a B&E bylaw, but I wasn't aware at the time that we did have a MTI bylaw, which does allow for a higher fine. So the purpose of this presentation is just to, I suppose, refamiliarize myself as well as the board with that bylaw and give you some options in relation to it. So, and I have to admit, with this first slide, I don't fully understand it all myself, but and my intent today too was to have Mr. Petrie here to speak to it, because of course it is his bylaw enforcement department that deals with the ticketing issues more frequently than obviously planning does, but unfortunately he was double booked, so he sends his regrets. But he did provide me with some reading material, which I tried to glance over before the meeting. And if there are questions, I'll try my best to answer them, but if not, I might have to defer to Mark to follow up later. So anyway, needless to say that there are two bylaws that we can use for ticketing. One, we draw our authority from the Community Charter, the other one from the Local Government Act, and then through the Local Government Bylaw Notice Enforcement Act. And as I indicated, we do have both bylaws. I myself wasn't aware of the MTI bylaw until recently. It is the older of the two bylaws, though, and it is authorized by the Community Charter. The more frequently used one, which I believe the board has seen numerous amendments for over the last couple of years, is the Bylaw Notice Enforcement Bylaw, which was adopted in 2010, and that's from the Local Government Act as well as the Bylaw Notice Enforcement Act regulation. Okay, so this is my layman's attempt to try to give an overview and comparison of how the two bylaws work. So Our current MTI bylaw currently lists 8 different bylaws, and I'll speak to those a bit in a couple of slides here. Even though what I told the board previously about 500 being the maximum fine, under MTI, the maximum fine can actually be up to $1,000. Under our current bylaw, we have a range. We haven't actually hit the 1,000 for any of the offenses listed. We go from a low of $50, which is applied to vehicles obstructing traffic, up to a high of $600 for unapproved B&Bs. Now, keeping in mind this bylaw hasn't been updated in a long time, and I believe that unapproved B&B is actually a reference to vacation rentals. So that was the highest fine at the time. And yeah, the bylaw hasn't been updated in almost 11 years now. So the way these bylaws are structured, it is out of date, which then limits its effectiveness and our ability to ticket under it. So there are changes required unless the board is prepared to repeal it, but we'll get to that in a minute. And then in comparison to that, we have our B&E bylaw. And so because it is the more frequently updated and used one, it does apply to a greater range of bylaws at the moment, whereas MTI was 8, B&E is applying to 12 different types of bylaws, keeping in mind that with those amendments for development permits, a type of bylaw is an OCP, but we made that change, I think, to all 8 or 7 of our OCP bylaws. So there's numerous ones listed in there. That's a typo. I apologize. And I even put the comma in too. It's supposed to be $500. And so we do have a range within that bylaw as well. The low at the moment is $25, which is applied to a dog not wearing a license, and it goes up to $500. And there were too many to list at the maximum $500 range. So it's just many different ones. And as I've indicated, this is the one we use most frequently and regularly. And so, of course, not surprisingly, it's the one that's updated and maintained and refers to current bylaws, et cetera. Now, this is a very, very, very simplified comparison of the two bylaw types. I mean, the document that Mr. Petra gave me is 4 pages of comparison tables listing numerous different differences between the bylaws. But I think these are the key ones, at least from my perspective. Obviously, the difference in fine amounts. If I'm understanding this correctly, delivery of fine is how you actually ticket the person. And so with an MTI bylaw, it has to be in person. And I believe the reference to B&E when it says reasonable, that's what allows us to, I believe, mail the fines to the property owner. So that's one important difference. And then I think the key one too is how disputes are resolved between the two bylaws. So if we ticket somebody under MTI and they disagree with the fine and think we were incorrect and want to appeal that, the avenue for them to do that is through the provincial court. So there is a trade-off here. So with the MTI bylaw, yes, you can apply a higher fine, but when it comes to dispute resolution, it's a little more onerous in terms of having to go through the court process. Whereas with the B&E bylaw, it's primarily through the adjudication system, which I believe we participate with multiple local governments in the area. And B&E also provides the option for a screening officer to review a disputed ticket and to take a number of different measures in relation to that. So it's a little less onerous, lower fine, less onerous, or higher fine, a little bit more onerous dispute resolution process. And as I said, that's a very high level simplified comparison of the two bylaws. There's a lot more fine grained stuff that I could share later if need be. Now, an important point, just because it speaks to one of the options later on, as you may have seen with amendment bylaws that have come before you over the last couple of years, a key part of these bylaws is they actually have to designate the bylaw that's being the subject of an offense. So it's not just simply a matter of saying, for instance, an animal control bylaw, you have to actually state the specific bylaw, including the number, as well as the section that the fine is being applied to. And so if those bylaws are replaced and repealed, and this section of the MTI bylaw isn't updated, then you can't ticket under that section because the bylaw no longer exists. And so that's the conundrum we're facing with the MTI at the moment. Having not been updated in 11 years, there's a lot of bylaws like animal control still exists, but not this particular version of it. And the section number for unlicensed dogs might be different now. So unless we change that, we can't ticket for it. Yeah, so getting back to my preamble too. So, I do want to set the record straight based on some of the discussions that happened most recently with soil and deposit and the comments I made about $500 being the maximum fine. And so now getting to the options that's before you today in committee. So we have 4. And the first one, which is the recommended one, and I'll get to that in a minute, would be to update the MTI. And just because of the recent discussions around the soil and development permits, to have that fine schedule only apply to those bylaws at this time. If in future the board wanted to expand it, we could always come back and do so. The second option would be to do a wholesale review of the MTI bylaw and update it so that it corresponds to all the same bylaws and fines in the B&E bylaw. A little bit more work. That option is not captured in the amendment bylaw that's before you today. The third option, given its, lack of use over the last decade, the option to repeal the bylaw entirely is available to the board. And then the fourth option, arguably the least desirable, just because of the challenges with the bylaw and set a date, is the status quo on which no changes would be made. So just in terms of some quick discussion points on that, and in discussing it with Mr. Petrie, it's my understanding that local governments are generally moving away from the MTI bylaw model because it does seem to be a little bit more onerous. Although conversely, keeping the MTI bylaw and providing ticketed options would provide some flexibility and a different kind of escalating fine offense mechanism for contraventions of bylaws. Mr. Petrie's idea was that, potentially if we aren't able to get compliance through the B&E approach, that the first two ticketing, and this is just, spitballing ideas, but the first two ticketing offenses could be B&E. And if we're not seeing any progress that way, that the third offense could be issued through the MTI at the higher fine rate. Regardless, in its current form, the MTI bylaw is ineffective because it's referring to bylaws that no longer exist. So something needs to happen with it, either repeal or update. And so that brings me to the recommendation. So it is just to make changes to apply to soil and DPs. There are other alternatives available to the board, which are outlined here, and I'll leave it at that. And I always say I'm happy to answer questions, but I may struggle on some of these ones today, but I'll try my best.
Things weren't cooperating, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Garish. Are there any questions for Mr. Garish at this point? Can we get the presentation taken down, please? Director Gettins, please.
Thank you to the chair. Thanks for the presentation. I think that was pretty clear with what we're looking at here. So I have a concern about going directly to the MTI with the soil deposition bylaw, because it's a new bylaw and we're kind of in a testing period right now. And this bylaw, and I think it's part of the problem that we had earlier when we read from residents in Naramata, is saying that's not high enough, because when it's not high enough, we're targeting a commercial business compared to a citizen maybe actually making an error. And how do we mitigate the two so we're not putting a citizen in a situation that is a little bit too much for what the actual circumstance is? I would like a little bit more information on the escalating model that Mr. Petrie recommended. I think that makes me a little bit more comfortable, so that if there is a person or a property owner continuing to not follow along, we have a little bit more of a higher. I do feel like we need to find a balance between how do we work with citizens and how do we try and impact some of the commercial entities that are taking advantage of this. So that's kind of where I'm at right now, but I'm curious to hear from the rest of the board on that.
Thank you, Director Gettins. For additional information on that, Mr. Garish, do you have anything to add?
No. I mean, we're certainly aware of it, and I mean, that was part of the discussion with Mr. Petrie, and whether that needs to be formalized in a policy or not. I mean, I suppose we could take direction from the board on its preferences, but.
Thank you, sir.
What we do, Mr. Chair, is there's an obligation here on the local government as well, is once you issue a fine, and we only do that after we can't get voluntary compliance, is that there's an obligation to continue to try and educate and coach the property owner or the person not in compliance, and then you can issue a second fine. And we often are up to 3 fines before we get an application to go to adjudication. So it's a process. If we go to the court system with the MTI bylaw, that is a long process. And we all know that oftentimes it takes years before you get a court date. So that's why it's more or less fallen into disfavor, and it only is that additional $500. You can go from 500 to 1,000, and that's about it. But really the B&E system, you can issue multiple fines, and then you can take them to court if they don't pay their fines.
Thank
Sorry,
you,
Chair,
sir.
can I just do a follow-up then to that? It's
Yes,
Director
Director.
Gettens. Thanks. Okay, that's actually a really good clarification. For an extra $500 and putting it through the court system, it may not actually be worth that escalation model and just stick with the B&E model. So I just wanted to kind of maybe change where I was going with my previous statement.
Thank you. Director Monteith, please.
And through the chair, do we have staff capacity to do a major review, or is that out of our wheelhouse for this year? And my other question is, how are these bylaws tracked, and how do we know when they're this far out of compliance or not relevant anymore?
Mr. Garish, are you capable of that one, or do you want to pull for Mr. Petrie?
Well, I can potentially speak to the first part, although I might seek guidance. But I'm assuming that in terms of setting up the bylaw, in terms of referencing bylaws and section numbers and fines, that the majority of the work has been done in relation to making sure that the B&E bylaw is kept up to date. And so it should be simply a matter of pulling that schedule from B&E and applying it to MTI, and that we shouldn't, it's not going to be a requirement to go through and confirm section numbers and bylaw numbers, because a lot has been done for the B&E bylaw. The second part of the question I can't answer.
CAO Newell, do you have
How are the bylaws tracked so that we don't get in this position of bylaws being irrelevant?
Because we haven't been using the MTI bylaw, we haven't tracked those, but certainly the ones in the bylaw notice enforcement system are up to date because they use them all the time. So that's the problem, is that I'm of the opinion our bylaw enforcement branch doesn't like going to court, so they use the B&E bylaw.
Thank you, sir. Director Federico, please.
Thank you to the chair. I think I was kind of on the same path as Director Gettens there about the escalation, but then listening to if it's really just a $500 difference to take it to court, that doesn't seem worth it. If through B&E we can ticket multiple times. For us in Area E, it's that balance between the residents that are non-compliant versus our developers who are continuing to be non-compliant. And so $500, $1,000 is still not high enough. So a petition to the province to increase that would be wonderful.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, does anyone care to make the administrative recommendation? Okay, we're standing solid rapidly. I'll make the administrative recommendation. Anyone care to second? Seconded, Director Federico. Any further discussion?
Just a clarification, Chair.
Yes,
So
Director
the administrative recommendation is to allow the MTI bylaw. So I guess my question is, if we're allowing the MTI bylaw, are we then insisting that our bylaw staff do this, where they escalate it and then they go to court, when we're hearing that going to court for an extra $500 seems like a lot of extra work and not really hitting the mark? So I guess by allowing, does that mean it's an option if staff feel like it's a good enough option, but we can still use the B&E model? That's my question.
Mr. Garish, please.
Sure. So some background context in the recommendation is it was based on the fact that we have an MTI bylaw and there are still bylaws within it that are correct, right? So theoretically, it is an option that is available to us. We just haven't been availing ourselves of it. And so given the questions most recently in relation to soil and DPs, okay, well, so we have a bylaw that's existing, it's current, although not exactly as we would like it. It seems to me that we have it, so in that case, why don't we just amend it to add these two new bylaws? But I mean, certainly the other option of repealing it is available to the board. It just seems to me, though, that it does provide that flexibility, although it seems like bylaw enforcement's not using it as their primary tool, so.
Okay, so if we're allowing the flexibility, I don't, that's fine. If we're not directing that this has to be the way the bylaw, or the way the bylaw team approaches this, but if we're allowing the flexibility, if that seems like a reasonable option, then I'm fine with that. I just don't want to put a system onto the bylaw team that they don't want.
Mm-hmm.
And I recognize that it's putting you in an awkward position asking this question, and it should be one for Mark.
No, it's just a tool. So as long as the recommendation isn't to direct us to use the municipal ticket information bylaw, if you give us the choice, then I think that would be a valuable tool.
Okay. All right, then I am comfortable with this administrative recommendation. If it's just a tool that the staff can use at their discretion to get them to where they need to go, then I'm in favor.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'm seeing none, so
Director Van Elfen has his hand up.
Yeah,
Just
Director Van Elfen,
question, just a question through the staff, if I may, or through the chair. Is it the same here in the RDOS that bylaws are only enforced with a written complaint?
Yes.
Follow up,
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Van Elfen? No.
So the problem with that then is in a lot of cases that people are aware that if they complain and it does go to court, then their name becomes public. So a lot of times, you know, in other communities, what I see is bylaw drives by infractions on a daily basis. And they only act if they have a written complaint or if it's a health and safety concern. But the problem with the bylaw, the way they are now, is without a written complaint, they won't act. And with a written complaint, the people take risk of being exposed in court. So I don't know if the system's working that well.
Thank you, sir. Comment, Mr. Garish or Mr. Miller?
Well, I mean, if there's an obvious infraction and it's a safety issue, our staff, if they see it, they will, they have the discretion in order to enforce as well. But generally, we take a reactive response to try and intervene between disputes between neighbors, really is what it comes down to.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? I see none. Motion carries. Thank you. Let's move on to item C, Okanagan Basin Water Board 1 hectare policy review. CAO Newell, please.
Yeah, this is an item of attention right now, Mr. Chair, and we do have some, later on under corporate services, we'll be talking about whether you want to go and talk to a minister or staff at UBCM about this as well. But it is one of those issues that does reflect on housing, although in our case, it also reflects on money because that's how OBWB administers their sewage grants program. So Mr. Garish has done some research into this and he's got a slide deck ready for you to see, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, please.
Great. Thank you through the chair. So I do have a fair number of background slides just to give some context as to how our bylaws got to where they are today and the recommendation that we may want to put to OBWB. So at least from my perspective in the planning department, this certainly came on our radar, the 1 hectare policy as part of the Northwest Soyuz sewer extension. I think it had been on the books for a while, but it really only took off around 2008, 2009, and I believe was completed in 2012, which is I believe the picture bottom left showing the completion of the project. And so in the lead up to that project, however, the province had advised the regional district that in order to be basically eligible for grant funding, we would need to implement what they call, quote unquote, the 1 hectare policy. And so this requires that any new parcels that are being created by subdivision and that are to be serviced by an on-site septic system cannot be less than 1 hectare in area. What I've heard over the years is that, from the province's perspective, they've been asked in the past to come and provide funding for infrastructure to clean up situations where maybe the best approach to septic management and subdivision and development hadn't occurred. And from their own internal assessments or analysis, that they had determined 1 hectare to be the ideal parcel size for a septic, because it obviously provides land for that septic, but also provides land for a backup septic that may be needed in the future when the original septic either fails or has to be decommissioned or is at the end of its life. So having received that direction from the province, we spent, I think, a good solid 2 years going electoral area by electoral area and amending the official community plans, zoning bylaws, and the subdivision servicing bylaw to require that, you know, when a subdivision is being proposed and it's to be serviced by septic, that 1 hectare is the minimum parcel size allowed. And around the same time that we were doing that, and again, this is just anecdotal observations from within the planning department, but it seemed to us that accessory dwellings, which, you know, we'd provided allowances for those on our larger rural parcels for many years at that point, but around 2008, 2009, particularly with some of the member municipalities and changes they were making to their zoning bylaws, it was becoming a more popular housing option on smaller either rural residential parcels or residential parcels, RS owned ones. And so this gives an example of the different forms that an accessory dwelling can take. You know, on the larger rural parcels, it's probably the example bottom left, where it's a detached standalone house. On a smaller, more residential urban environments, it might be a dwelling that's attached to the side of a garage, which is bottom right, or a dwelling unit that's been built on top of a garage, which would be top right. So we're starting to see this occur, and of course, and this is just for context, so obviously an accessory dwelling is different than a different type of accessory dwelling, which is a secondary suite. Secondary suites have a long history within BC, permitted at least, well, they have been always permitted under the building code. Generally, they occur within the footprint of the principal dwelling, so not detached, they're attached. The building code previously, up until 2019, used to set out minimum floor area requirements for them, so 90 square meters or 40% of the main dwelling, whichever was the lesser. And there have been a scattered approach to allowing them in the zoning bylaws, but after the electoral area C review in 2002, and I believe at that time, secondary suites were rolled out to the majority of zones in area C, and every OCP zoning review after that followed suit. And I think by 2014 or 2015, we pretty much had suites allowed in almost all zones where single detached dwellings were permitted. So this is all going on. Carriage houses are becoming more popular. We've obviously making applications for grant funding for major infrastructure projects such as Northwest Sewer, OK Falls Sewer Plant. And in 2014, a different regional district sent a referral to OBWB seeking clarity on its position in relation to accessory dwellings on parcels less than 1 hectare. And so there was some memos and correspondence went back and forth between OBWB and local governments at this time, in which I've attached to the report for your benefit. And OBWB, when asked the question, took the position that allowing carriage houses, in their estimation, was not consistent with the 1 hectare policy. And it requested that all local governments in the valley update their bylaws to also exclude carriage houses when they're on parcels less than 1 hectare, not connected to a community sewer, i.e. Served by septic. So there was some discussion at committee about this direction. The board resolved in June of 2014 to ask the OBWB to reconsider its position and to make a similar allowance for accessory dwellings, because of course OBWB had allowed, or said they were prepared to allow for secondary suites to remain. And so we asked them to consider allowing accessory dwellings if they could be provided for in the same way as suites. My understanding is OBWB did not support the board's request on this, and still required us to amend our bylaws, and we were able to complete that process in July of 2017. So over the past 6 years, we've had regulations in place that, you know, basically prohibit accessory dwellings on parcels without a community sewer system when they're less than 1 hectare. Now, I'm just throwing this in for some context because it just speaks to some of the changes that have occurred over the last 9 years. But in 2019, the province amended the building code and removed the floor area restrictions on suites, and also said they no longer had to be just in single detached dwellings, so that there's other dwelling types that they could be considered in, such as duplexes or townhouses. So, you know, depending how you look at this, arguably that change now allows duplexes to almost become like fourplexes, or for a single detached dwelling with a suite to take the built form of what we would otherwise consider a duplex. Now, whether that's consistent with OBWB's interpretation on accessory dwellings less than 1 hectare is unclear, but this change is consistent. So something that looks like a duplex, even though it's not, would be allowed by OBWB's interpretation, but if it's detached, it's not. So that poses some challenges, I would argue. More recently, of course, the board has passed that SOGA resolution asking for the province to consider amending the 1 hectare to allow for additional housing on the small parcels. This cuts right to the question that OBWB is looking at with their review of their grant assistance program. And so, as I understand from the discussion that happened around that SOGA resolution, one of the main concerns is that this restriction on dwelling units is contributing to the critical housing shortage in the area. And finally, last background slide, I promise, I think, knock on wood. After that SOGA resolution discussion, we also did have that discussion with the board at committee in relation to the various housing options that it could look at addressing going forward. We put, and I know we put a lot of recommendations or options before you that day, but just a reminder that one of them was actually to ask OBWB to review its interpretation of the 1 hectare policy. So I know there was no direction on that, but it's certainly something that we put before you already for you to consider as one of the housing options you can look at this year. So here we go now with the letter from OBWB. So they have notified us that they are looking at this program and their interpretation of the 1 hectare policy. They're seeking provincial input, and I put 5 questions to the province, hoping to see if they're being consistent with the provincial approach. And they have also extended an invite to local governments to participate in this review process, either by sending staff to participate on their committee or for you as a board to put forward resolutions, concerns, whatever it may be that you want to bring to their attention. So that's basically the purpose of the discussion today. This last slide, sorry, hopefully this is the last background slide. So we did reach out to the province just to confirm their current interpretation and approach to the 1 hectare policy, and this is their position. I'm not sure how much light it sheds on subdivision versus accessory dwellings, but I'm hopeful that whatever responses they provide to OBWB, they share with local governments in the valley. So we might be able to bring that back at some future point as well. So again, not to spend too much time on this, but the issues with the OBWB's approach, you know, from planning's perspective, it presents challenges in that OBWB is saying they're okay with 2 dwelling units on a parcel, provided one of them is in the form of a secondary suite, but not okay with 2 dwelling units on a parcel if one of them is in the form of a detached dwelling. Whereas from our perspective, a dwelling unit is a dwelling unit is a dwelling unit. If you're okay with one, you should be okay with the other. And it's our understanding that their concern is actually not the form of the dwelling unit, it's the potential proliferation of septic systems, and that you're more likely to get a second septic system for an accessory dwelling than you are for a secondary suite. However, we feel at a staff level that that can be addressed through zoning regulation, and all it requires is a provision in the zoning bylaw that says unless than 1 hectare, a detached secondary or accessory dwelling unit must be attached to the septic field serving the principal dwelling unit. And then we've achieved exactly the same scenario as what's allowed for a secondary suite. So that's our basic approach to it. I touched on the 2019 building code changes, whether that has undermined or is in the spirit of OBWB's approach. We have also changed our floor area allowances, so we've kind of bumped up as well. And I believe that was also another recommendation from the March 2nd P&D committee, if you want to maintain 125 or go even larger, which again seems to be kind of in this gray area of the OBWB's interpretation. So all that being said, there is a recommendation before you, and it's basically a reiteration of the 2014 position that the board took, which was to ask the OBWB to reconsider its interpretation and with suitable provisions incorporated to allow for accessory dwellings on less than 1 hectare when served by septic. The alternative would be the status quo, not to provide comment at this time. Based on what they said in their letter, we're expecting OBWB to provide additional opportunities for consultation going forward. So hopefully there's other times that you can provide input, but this seems to be the first and probably the best time to get some comments to them. So that's it for my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Director McCordoff first, please?
Thank you very much. So this topic has come up quite often at the OBWB board level. So I think and I'd like to point out that the provincial policy for 1 hectare was put in 1995 and adopted by OBWB in 2000. So it's been there for quite a while. The whole point of this letter that we got is to get feedback from the regional districts. It was also sent to municipalities to comment if they would like to. I think the point is that in order to give a broader view of this, there were the Municipal Affairs has been asked to comment on several of these items, which are listed there, 1 to 5. To me, that's a good starting place, and we would like to hear back from them once they get the letters and they get the comments from the various regional districts. And the whole reason for doing this, of course, is that we need to, OBWB's mandate is to protect and enhance the quality of life in the Okanagan through sustainable water management. And that's the reason that we've gone to this. And I think this is a fair letter. I think that it's definitely, it needs comment from everybody. So that Department of Municipal Affairs can have a look at everybody's point of view. So thank you.
Thank you, Director McCordoff. Director Van Alpen, please.
Thank you through the chair. Just a quick question. Are you recommending then one or the other? Like a secondary suite or a detached carriage house type concept, or both?
Mr. Parrish, please.
Through the chair, so to clarify, so at present, my understanding is the OBWB's interpretation allows for a principal dwelling unit with a suite on parcels less than 1 hectare served by septic, but they don't allow for a principal dwelling unit and a detached accessory dwelling unit. And so our recommendation is that they be treated equally, and that the proviso being that the accessory dwelling be connected to the septic system serving the principal dwelling just in the same way as the secondary suite is.
Thank you, sir. Director Gettens, please.
Thank you to the chair. I agree with the administrative recommendation that I would like this 1 hectare policy to take a look at. I see the challenges with having a secondary suite be different than an accessory dwelling. And if the accessory dwelling is permitted with the existing septic, I think that does support the mandate of the Okanagan Water Basin Board. So I'm in favor of this, so I'll move the administrative recommendation.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is it a accessory dwelling, or once we've got one, can we have more? And if we have an accessory dwelling, can they wind up with a secondary suite?
Mr. Garish, please.
The short answer is no, not at this point. The majority, like, it depends obviously on what zone we're talking about, but on the smaller parcels less than 1 hectare, generally the zoning sets out that you can have either or, right? So if you have a secondary suite, then you can't have an accessory dwelling, and if you've already established an accessory dwelling, you can't have a secondary suite. But as the board may recall, one of those other multiple options that we put to you back on March 2nd was to review, like, you could review that density provision and make changes to it in relation to providing additional housing options. But at the moment, it's either one or the other, not both.
Thank you, sir. I apologize to the board. I believe I should have had that motion seconded before we went back into discussion. So do we have a seconder? Director Taylor Roberts, please. Thank you. Any other questions?
I have a question, Director Conants, Director Conants, Helena.
On my screen there. Oh, there you are over in that corner. Thank you, Director Conants. Go ahead.
Good morning. Yeah, I just had a question, and I'm sorry if you went through this and I missed it because it was a really thorough report. But so technology has changed so much since then. And I was just wondering if we're putting forward this, or staff is putting forward this, this suggestion because we don't want to push the envelope too much, but at the same time, if someone has a certain type of septic system, like a very advanced, and I wouldn't know about them in particular, but some of the, I would imagine that some of the septic systems that are made right now are really advanced and do an incredible job, way better than they did back when this policy was initiated. And I was wondering in just your feedback on that, and only because we're all looking at housing so much and how much we want to increase housing, but is it a possibility that we could be pushing the envelope a little bit more, and because of the technology, and if someone has a certain type of high level septic system, that they would be able to have more than one accessory dwelling in a hectare?
Thank you. Mr. Garish, please.
Through the chair, so I mean that is a challenge for me to answer because of course we don't see them very much either. The new types of septic systems, I mean that's all handled by the registered on-site wastewater practitioners, and they register their designs with IH. But I mean it certainly could be something that we provide additional information to the board on if there is a desire to look at the density of these allowed on parcels. And if you do want to look at allowing for a suite and a carriage house, then we could try to get some information on, what these new types of systems can accommodate or can't accommodate. But I don't really have an answer at this point.
Thank you, sir.
I would imagine, just as a follow-up, I would imagine that would be great fodder for ammunition for maybe pursuing this even more, or even pursuing this policy that you're suggesting.
Thank you, Director Conants. Any other questions? Director Federico, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm just trying to formulate how I want to present this, but so right now with Area E going through the liquid waste management plan, outlined in the OBWE's letter, it does indicate that as long as we could put language into our plan that would allow for secondary suites or accessory dwellings on smaller parcels. So is that, I guess, how would that impact the RDOS overall if one area has in their plan that they can put in accessory dwellings on one less than a hectare?
Thank you, Director. Mr. Garish, please.
So, yeah, through the chair, I'm commenting on areas I'm not that well versed on, but I have had that question put to me by provincial staff that there is a way for us to not get around the 1 hectare policy, but through a liquid waste management plan process to provide for that allowance. But and this is just informal discussions with them. My takeaway was that we would then be taking over responsibility for reviewing septic systems, and I'm not sure if that's. I mean, it may be something the board wants to get into, but that was a trade-off. You can do it, but you're now getting into that regulation of septic systems and monitoring and maintaining, like overseeing the ropes, and I'm not sure if that's where we want to go.
I see a follow-up.
Yep, sorry, follow-up. So then where does interior health come in? Because my understanding is that septic systems are then monitored by interior health.
Mr. Garish, please.
Well, there was that change 15 to 20 years ago when the province downloaded all of that. And that's when they assigned responsibility to the registered on-site wastewater practitioners. They took it away from IHA. IHA doesn't really have an approval role anymore. The ROPE prepares the design and submits it to IH, and IH basically becomes, my understanding, just like a registry where you can access those designs and review them, but nobody's actually formally approving them other than the ROPE themselves. So they're fully invested in the professional reliance model that way.
Thank you, sir. Director Van Elpen, please.
I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Director Johansson, Director Knoll, I have a comment.
Very good. Director Johansson, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this for sure, but I do think it's a little more complicated than you can just add an accessory building. I mean, my thinking is that septic systems are designed to a certain size to accommodate the primary residence. And then you're going to add an accessory building onto that. I think there has to be some process to be able to determine that the septic system can handle it. And I'm not sure how you build that in, but I think it's a part of the discussion that needs to be had. Thank you.
Mr. Garish, please.
Just an observation. I mean, we did try to tackle that very same issue when we did the septic compliance work in relation to vacation rentals. And I mean, it certainly highlighted some of the challenges, which is, at least from my recollection, that, yeah, a lot of systems probably aren't designed to simply accommodate that additional dwelling unit being attached to it. And then also finding a rope who's prepared to say an existing system can be upgraded or adjusted versus having to install a whole new system and the cost that comes with that, right? So.
Thank you, sir. Director.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. They pick up on accessory dwellings when they apply for the building permit. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Director Roberts, please. And then Director Van Alpen.
Thank you, and to the chair. And of course, I understand in Area G, we don't have zoning, but for instance, I put in a accessory dwelling on my property and worked through with a rope to put in a septic field and tank, etc. And then later on, trying to figure out my, whether or not when friends come with their RV and can they dump, etc. I called the rope back up. I had them kind of go over what I already had and what was documented and sent into IH to find out what my flow rates were and what possibilities. So I couldn't add another dwelling, not that I wanted to, but if I had like an outdoor facility for bathroom for visitors, it was enough. So again, I had the ability to reach out to the rope. So I'm assuming that, we have access to those people and that information. If you have it within zoning, that you can go back. Hopefully these people have registered their septic and systems, and then you're able to see whether or not they can actually add anything. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Director Van Alpen, please.
My question has been answered. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions at this point? Dr. Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. So to me, there's kind of two issues here. There's one, how the OBW interprets the policy, which is, I think, addressed with the motion here. But the other issue is the policy itself, which is a provincial policy, and has been discussed. It was based on assessments from the 90s, and with changes in technology, with changes in building codes and whatnot. Maybe it's time for the province to assess it again. Maybe it's where, how did they come up with that 1 hectare back in the 90s? But maybe today, if they reassessed it, it might not be a hectare. Maybe it's like 3/4 of a hectare or something like that. But I think so. And it seems to be the issue is really not the septic systems, but the neglect or the failing of the systems. And maybe there's other ways to deal with that rather than just doing a liquid waste management plan and putting the onus on local government. So to me, that's kind of the crux of the issue. And so that's out of OBWB's wheelhouse. That's the province. So what can we do, I guess, to besides meeting at UBCM, how do we get that ball rolling in terms of talking to the province?
Thank you, sir. I believe CAO Newell would be best to answer that one.
Well, putting it in the ear of the minister at UBCM would get it on their docket. I mean, they always, the minister always has their deputy there, and they'll once paper starts flowing, it'll go down to the appropriate person. But would take a long time, I think. It probably wouldn't be high on their list. But the other way is to submit the normal resolution through SILGA and UBCM to see if we can get support from other local governments.
Thank you, sir. Pardon me. Any other questions at this point? Director McCordoff, please.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate all the comments that people have made. I think This is the idea for OBWB. They're asking for input. I think all of those things need to be included in the input that is sent back to them. And they are ready to contact the ministry and say, here's the input that we've had in, in the 3 regional districts. These are the things we'd like clarified. Can you please help us? And that could be done quickly if everybody, all the regional districts responded quickly, and it might help to get it on their agenda faster than waiting for UBCM. So I'm all in favor of sending something back to the OBWB and say that we've had a talk about this. Here are the things that we're concerned with. Please add them to your list, and it may be that others will do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Director McCordoff. Mr. Garish, could we make that happen?
Yes.
Any other questions for or comments at this point? Seeing none, we have a motion on the floor. Look to call a motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. We'll carry on to the next item. Item D, zoning bylaw amendment, mobile homes on parcels greater than 1 hectare in area. CEO Newell, please.
Yeah, Mr. Garish has a presentation on this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Garish, please.
Great, thank you through the chair. So again, I apologize. I've got some background slides before I get to the main point, but I just want to go back to 2015, which would be the last time the board looked at this issue. And I've put this particular slide up because, of course, it was in the news at the time that the Peony Prize Home was going to be located in Naramata. And we had a slight problem in that, as you can see from the images at right, it was a modular home, an A277, which is a Canadian Standards Association number. And the way that our bylaws were written at that time, because Naramata was opposed to having mobile homes in their community, there wasn't a distinction drawn between mobile homes, which is a different CSA standard, the Z240 versus the A277. And so technically, strictly reading the bylaws, you couldn't put the prize home in Naramata. So this was just a representative definition that was found in a couple of the bylaws at the time, but it was basically how we interpreted them. So we had a problem, and so we took it to the board, and we just provided some context. These are some visual representations that attempts to show the difference between the types of CSA standards. So when I say A277, it's a modular. Z240 is your more, I think, traditional standard mobile home type. And then there's the Z241, the park model, which I think you could call it an RV. As you can see here in this example, the quote unquote tiny home comes to mind sometimes too. And just some other additional background context, because there seems to be a pendulum on the board's over the decades approach to mobile homes and where they're allowed. So you can see here with the first generation of bylaws, and we used Area C at the time in 2015 as the example electoral area. Mobile homes have been allowed in a wide range of zones, but fast forward 20, 25 years, and mobile homes have been excluded from the equivalent of all those same zones. And the only, I didn't know I did that. Okay, sorry. The only zone that they were allowed in was the manufactured home park zone, which occurred in just, I think, 2 or maybe 3 of our electoral areas. So it was very restrictive, hard to place any modular or mobile. And so when we did the review, we looked at the member municipalities, and at that time they had all more or less taken steps to amend their zoning to draw a distinction between the A277 and the Z240s. And so we came back to the board with some specific questions on how they may then like to approach this issue. And, so should mobiles continue to be restricted to the RSM zones? Was the board okay with mobiles as an appropriate form of principal and accessory dwelling type? What parcels were they appropriate on? I think the question we put to you at that time was greater than 4 hectares. That's basically what we call our rural zones, which is different than the rural residential zones. Examples of rural residential, obviously, West Bend, Shanarkist, some stuff on East Side Road. And even if the board was open to something other than 4 hectares, what zones could those be? And so those are the 4 questions. Amendment bylaw number 2743, adopted in 2016, answered some of those by allowing modulars in basically every zone that a single detached dwelling was allowed. So that took care of the prize home issue in Naramata. We also allowed mobile homes as a permitted type of principal dwelling type in the rural zone, so the resource area, ag, and large holdings. And again, these are all zones that have a minimum parcel size that's not less than 4 hectares for subdivision. And final question answered, mobile homes were permitted as a type of accessory dwelling on parcels greater than 4 hectares. Now, fast forward to the last couple of years, there have been a couple instances, and I think we're anecdotally aware of others that might be coming forward, where the board has been asked to make exceptions to those. So the one on the left, I think, was dealt with earlier this year, and it was a parcel on Island Road that the board supported putting a mobile home on a 1 hectare parcel. Had to do that through rezoning, so obviously there's a cost to the property owner, it's burdensome, and potentially not, maybe no longer applicable. Maybe we can look at a different approach. The second example at Wright, so when the board made those changes over the decades, obviously there's situations where mobile homes had existed before the rules changed, and a lot of those were rendered legally non-conforming. And even though we made changes in 2016 to kind of relax the regulations a bit, there's still a number of homes that like that in the non-conforming status. And really their only option when they're looking to do additions, renos that are structural, et cetera, in this particular case was to put a deck around an existing mobile, was either to seek a rezoning, which again is costly and potentially burdensome, or depending on the nature of what's being proposed, there is a limited avenue for them to go through the Board of Variance to seek basically an exemption to a non-conforming use and allow for that to be added onto or whatnot. So that was the example at Wright here. We're also aware that for strategic projects this year, the board has put housing options at the top of the list. We had that discussion with you about what those options could look like as we finish off some of our more long-standing projects and move to start new ones later this year. And similar to that discussion about 1 hectare just in the last item, one of the items that we did put to you was to review the parcel area requirements for mobile homes, which is just basically getting at, are you still supportive of the 4 hectare minimum, or can we look at something different? And so that's basically the question before you today. Are you prepared to look at something different? We are aware that we are likely to get more applications in future. And so rather than have property owners go through that application process, can we make a change across the board if the board is willing? And so considerations in relation to this, it would remove a regulatory burden, but we are aware too that some communities have raised concerns, and I'm talking about communities with parcel sizes less than 4 hectares, about the aesthetics and the suitability of mobile homes in their particular neighborhoods. The amendment before you, and this is just a clarification, the third dot point, it's only related to mobile homes as accessory dwellings. So we're not tackling and subject to direction from the board, allowing them as principals on less than 4 hectare. The status quo would remain for that. And that's it. Happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you, sir. And we'll move to questions, bearing in mind that our time is limited here. Any questions for Mr. Garish, please? Director Federico, please. Director Van Alphen.
Thank you to the chair. Not so much a question, but just wanted that first slide of your examples. I'm gonna throw that on its head a little bit. Just in that A277s don't actually have a mandate on what they're built on, so they can in fact be built on chassis with wheels. And in conversations, tiny homes may down the road be going to an A277 or a Z240MH model as well. So not all A277s look like foundation homes. But otherwise, I am in support of this motion.
Thank you, Director Federico. Director Van Alphen, please.
Thank you. Just for clarity, I just stepped out for one moment there, but so putting mobiles on under a hectare, am I correct?
Director Garish, please.
Not quite. So the current restriction is you can't have a mobile as an accessory dwelling on parcels less than 4 hectares. And so we're saying the board can look at changing that and change it from 4 hectares to 1 hectare. So no mobile homes as an accessory dwelling on parcels less than 1 hectare.
Thank you, sir. To that particular question, in the analysis, paragraph 5 and paragraph 6 seem to contradict each other, but I think the motion clarifies that as the direction. So I just thought I'd run that by you to make sure I'm reading that right.
Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of my report in front of me, but I'll try to clarify for the board if necessary after the committee.
I'll read it out to you, sir. The paragraph 5 is to address the concerns preventing use of mobile homes as an accessory dwelling on parcels greater than 1 hectare will continue to preclude these types of dwellings from low density residential areas such as Naramata and Okanagan Falls town sites. Then paragraph 6 says on all parcels less than 4 hectares in area, the principal dwelling unit will continue to be required to be in the form of single detached dwelling stick building on site or 7 modules. The only exception are parcels owned for manufactured home parks only. So they seem to contradict each other, and possibly I'm reading that wrong.
Based on what you just read out, my takeaway is I think one paragraph is relating to or speaking to mobile homes as an accessory dwelling, and the follow-on one is saying, despite that, we will still require principal dwelling units less than 4 hectares not to be mobile homes if there's a concern about aesthetics and impacts on neighborhoods, where this amendment really just is dealing with accessory dwellings.
Is there any reason that we couldn't be making 1 hectare primary dwellings? Wondering why we went that direction.
It's certainly an option that the board can consider.
Thank you, sir. I guess that's something we can look at in the future. Time being of an issue, are there any other questions? Director Roberts, please.
I'd like to make the recommended motion from the staff.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Seconder, Director Pendergraft. Director Federico, did you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you to the chair. So if aesthetics are a concern, can we write into our bylaws our OCP's form and character that they'd need to follow?
Mr. Garrett.
No, unfortunately, the Development Permit Authority only allows us to apply form and character to commercial, industrial, or what it refers to as, I believe, high density intensive residential development. And so single detached dwellings aren't usually seen to meet any of those categories. So.
Yes, sir. Director Gattens, did I see your hand up? No? Any other questions before I call the question? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you all. That ends our items. Unless there's something else, I'll look for a motion to adjourn from the Planning and Development Committee. Move Director Taylor, second Director Federico. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion carries. Thank you. Back to Chair Pendergraft.
Thank you, Director Knodel. We'll move straight into Environment and Infrastructure Committee and to Director Gettens to chair that one. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Just getting my notes. So I'd like to call the meeting to order, please. It's just 20 after 10. If I can get a motion to adopt the agenda, please. Thank you. Is there a seconder? Thank you. Is anybody opposed? Oh, no, all in favor? Anyone opposed? I'm just making sure you're all awake. Thank you. Okay, so we've got a curbside collection of solid waste management program for review. So if I could pass this over to the CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So the current 5-year curbside collection of solid waste, so that's our recyclables, our mixed waste, and our yard waste, expires in 2025. And because of the size and the complexity of the contract, it takes a long time in order to get a a terms of reference and looking at all the alternatives that Andrew's going to discuss with you here, and get out for proposals and then give people time to purchase the capital equipment that's required for this. But there are some decisions to be made prior to when we can get that terms of reference done, get out for proposal. So that's what Mr. Reader is going to discuss, and we'll turn it over to him for his presentation, Madam Chair.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Reader.
So what I wanted to do with this is a bit of a workshop. So obviously we wanted to encourage some questions, input from you folks. We wanted to explain some of the changes in the marketplace and why we've needed to advance some of our procurement process for the waste collection systems. We want to give the idea on some of the options that we will need to consider, and we were hoping for some input. We wanted to give the board a heads up and also what might be happening in terms of future decisions. So those are sort of our goals today. And with that, I'll give you a bit of a background here. So previously we've looked at RFPs together with the member municipalities and electoral areas, and that's created some economies of scale, and primarily with the sharing of our core infrastructure, our garbage trucks and some of the administration buildings. Those garbage trucks are extremely expensive, and if we're able to share that amongst all the different users, it means a savings for everyone. And why it's a joint RFP, each municipality is actually responsible for the award and their contract management. So if there are specifics, what we will typically do is get those for the municipalities that they would like, and then they choose what they want in terms of a suite of costs. And that's a bit of a back and forth. And that's one reason why we do it as an RFP as well, so that we can have that discussion back and forth with the contractor and cater the contract to each of the municipalities. So one of the key items here I wanted to emphasize is that there is no subsidies, and each area will actually have their own pricing. So we don't have one government subsidizing another. It's important, and that always seems to be a bit of a concern. And the savings can be significant by working together. So just a case in point of that, there was recently RFP done with the City of Kelowna, West Kelowna, and RDCO, and their actual pricings from the last RFP were actually less than when they were doing it themselves. So that there is proof in the pudding that this is a better way to go. The contracts themselves take about 6 months to development because of their complexity. We need to give enough time for folks to, bid on the process, as well as enough time for the boards and councils to choose what they like. Because of that, what has prompted us to move forward with this at this time is changes in the industry, and primarily that's due to the procuring of trucks. So what's happened in the marketplace is it now takes 18 months to buy a garbage truck. Previously, we were looking at contracts usually around a year ahead between award and implementation. And now, because of the marketplace, we are forced to go to 18 months, and that's why we are coming to you at this point in time. So what that means in working it backwards is that we need to get an RFP out by the end of August. So that's fairly short time frame. When we've actually asked, one of the things that we looked at was asking Waste Connections to see if we could extend the contract for a year. And when we approached them with that, one of the conditions was that we would need to fully automate our system, and to basically we would need to purchase carts if that was something that we wanted to extend. And then obviously it's going to be a complex system. We do think it's doable, but it will be complex by having different systems. And one of the things we wanted to give the board a heads up with is that we may not see manual systems in the future. So this is something that it seems to be because of the WCB issues that are there, the WorkSafe issues. the industry seems to be moving to more of an automated system. So I don't know whether or not we'll be able to provide you pricing for a manual or not, but we won't know unless we go to the marketplace and ask. So some of the challenges, just to reiterate, we wouldn't be able to rent carts for 1-year extension. The costs are significant and unbudgeted, so we would have to go out for a loan. So that means that we'd be looking at about $90 per home per year per annum over a 5-year amortization period. So that would be an increased cost without actually getting into further increases that the contractor may wish. Storage could be problematic. We don't have a works yard. And the public wasn't previously in favor of carts. So when we went out to the public and we said to them, do you want carts? Do you want to buy the carts yourself? They said, we want just to have our own supplied ones. And the biggest issue there, I think, is that with these long driveways, it's very difficult sometimes to push these carts up those hills. So they're long driveways, difficult to get these carts there. And so that was not in favor, our public was not in favor of that. Some of the other items with this, we just wanted to give you a little bit of an understanding of what options might be in the future. So currently our curbside consists of weekly pickup for refuse, recycling is biweekly, yard waste is biweekly, and then large item is once a year. And this is something, again, this is just, I don't know if you can see this, but I'm going to try to give you an idea what food waste collection might look like in the future if this is something that you want. And we would go, as part of an RFP, we would get you optional pricing. And we would come back. So this is just a heads up on what might be coming in the future and what we would give you as options to go forward with. And the first option there is just really the status quo. So there's really no change. That's just saying, okay, we're not providing food waste collection, but this is what the pricing would be. The second option would be weekly garbage pickup, but also weekly compost pickup. And we would combine that with our yard waste collection. So we would have one less bin. So if we had to go and do independent collection for food waste, we'd have to have its own bin. So this by combining that saves some money. So that's an option to consider. Option 3, what it does is this is actually probably the cheapest option and in terms of food waste collection, and that would be to have weekly food waste collection with our yard waste and then biweekly collection with our garbage. And what happens, because the food waste collection that we would have would include all food waste. So this would be meat, bones, everything. So really, when you look at it, there's really not much left over in your garbage when you go through. So it is probably, option 3 is probably our most cost-effective waste collection option for food waste. So that would also give us a very high diversion rate. Other options include their own cart. So it would be another cart that we would have to add. And those could be weekly, and then we could change again garbage to biweekly or weekly. So the ones I think really to focus or look at are options 2 and 3.
Sorry, Andrew, this is probably in the report somewhere, but can you just clarify diversion potential, GHG diversion?
Sure. So what I've done here, and this is actually comes from our Tetra Tech report. So we actually did some studies to look at how we could provide curbside service for both the city of Penticton and also for our regional areas. And by, I guess, having bi-weekly garbage collection, what you're looking at doing is putting those organics into your yard waste. So you're not likely to capture, you're forcing people a little bit to use that composting system. And by doing that, you're going to have a higher GHG diversion, because that's really a big part of where our
Yeah, thank you.
greenhouse gas.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I should have said that word in the first place. Engineers and their acronyms. So one of the, I guess, if we were looking at an extension, we could look at the option to just extend as is. In that particular case, we would have the $90 per home per annum, and then we'd also have to have other increases as well. So we don't know what those are. We think it'd be probably around 25%. At least that's the numbers they've been telling us. So there would be a substantive increase if we were looking at that. We could ask the taxpayers to purchase their own carts, but there's some challenges in how you enforce that. So that could be a possibility as well. Let's go down. We could also look at negotiating as part of an extension food waste. So that's possible. So those who wanted it, we could look at that. And then the last option, or the other options that we could do, is looking at our own RFP. And I've been wanting to change this. I don't think we actually would want to do it as independents. We'd want to work with our member municipalities. I think that makes the most sense and would be better for all. We could look at a hybrid, so an option of, again, the areas desired, who would like food waste, so that, again, that's another option. And then we were looking at some proposed changes to the contract as well. So this came out of some of the aches and pains that we experienced over the last couple of years. We've had challenges in the wintertime, particularly where we've missed service. And one of the problems is that, yes, it could be a safety issue, but we need some accountability with that. So I think we need to have some proof, some pictures to show that, in fact, it is a challenge, and be able to provide that in a transparent way to our constituents who are saying, well, my street's just fine. So we need to, if it is a safety issue, we need to be able to show how and why. We need better accountability of our services. So one of the things that we found when we were doing our audits was that we found a number of homes that were receiving service but weren't actually paying for it. So we need a better way to account for those folks, and we can put that into our contract language. If we go to biweekly pickup, we need to deal with a new system about how we deal with wastes that are missed, because you can't wait a month for I think we've always told folks, hey, you'll get it the next week. Well, that's probably not going to work. So we have to come up with a way to manage that. We need to deal with faulty cart. So if there's a repair or maintenance that needs to be done, we need to figure out how that's going to occur. And then we believe that contract extensions would be at the discretion of local government. So we're forced into a bad situation this year because our extension really wasn't at our discretion. So now we don't have that option because of the 18 months to look. At least we do have an option, but it's going to be expensive. So we think that would be something to add. It's not going to go forward when I want it to. Let's try the other way. So the timelines. So what we're really looking at is getting the RFP out by August. So we're hoping to get some input from you folks, what you think would be appropriate. And then we would like to issue the RFP in August, and then bring something back for November or December, and then move forward with commencement on July 1st, 2025. Sort of the key takeaways that I wanted to leave with you were that because of the length of time, we are going to have to advance our procurement process now. We don't think that an extension, given what I've shown you, makes a lot of sense. We think that an RFP with everybody involved makes the most sense for us, but we would like your input. And then we may be forced to move to fully automated systems in the future, but we won't know, of course, until we go out to the marketplace. So with that, I'm going to try to get to the questions, but yes, I'll answer questions.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, thank you. So if Waste Connections will only extend the existing contract if the system becomes fully automated, then does it stand to reason that they would not bid on a new contract unless it's fully automated?
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's a distinct possibility. They may not, but I won't know until we go out for RFP.
Thank you, Director. You want to follow up?
I'll follow up if I may. So, I'm hearing that a lot of contractors aren't even interested in bidding because of WorkSafe BC concerns unless there's fully automated carts out there. So would it be possible if we do go to market that we go to market for fully automated carts with the option, if we're not all fully automated, with the option of a manual collection as well? And that way we're not excluding those contractors who will only do fully automated.
Thanks, Director Holmes. Do you have a comment?
That's the intent.
That's the intent. Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Pendergraft, then Bloomfield, then Conans.
Can I get a definition of what they mean by fully automated? Is it just the arm that reaches out, or is that still using the winch that hooks into the bar and tipping it? That's what I really need to determine.
Thanks. Go ahead, Andrew.
So fully automated means the carts, the combination of carts, plus the machine that lifts it up and moves it in. So the bar, what we have now is a semi-automated system where they have a choice. They can use the bar, and it's assisted for when that person comes in the back and moves it and dumps it in. But folks have the choice of using either carts, and some people prefer that, or they can use just regular garbage cans. But in either case, they're supplied by the homeowner.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Director Bloomfield, please.
Hey, everybody. Hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, we've had some considerable discussion about this at the city, and we understand that the costs of collection are going to be severely challenging if we stay with a manual system. So we are in favor of a fully automated system, and our understanding is that the companies that are only bidding on fully automated systems, they may do manual for certain areas, but there's going to be certainly a cost difference to that collection in those areas. So I think that if we want a competitive bid process, then we have to go forward with an automated system.
Thanks, Director Bloomfield. That's just a comment. You're not looking for a response from?
Yeah, it's a comment. I just want to let everybody know where the city stands on this.
Thank you very much. Okay, Director Conaz, and then Bush, then Roberts.
Thank you, through the chair. Years ago, Penticton, the city used the money they received back from MMBC, or Recycle BC, to buy carts for everybody in the city. That's how we started our manual or our automatic processing. What are we using I don't know if it's called a rebate or money we receive back from MMBC or Recycle BC right now in the regional district? What are we using that for?
Thanks, Director. Andrew, please.
Sure. Good question. So that's actually part of our, that revenue that we receive from MMBC actually goes to the actual program itself. So if Area A, for example, we would take that revenue that we receive and put that back into that curbside program. So it basically, it just reduces the overall cost for residents receiving the service.
So that would be throughout the system. The MMBC money would go back to the area or the municipality that that you service, that they service.
Andrew?
That's absolutely correct. So it would be, we get certain number of, we get a certain revenue per home, and then that would basically go back to those homeowners.
Thank you. Director Bush, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm in favor of the full automated carts. I know a lot of my residents aren't, and it's, I would think mostly because of cost. I mean, they come up with all these other excuses, but long driveways are no different than any other garbage. I mean, an automated cart is even better because it's got wheels. And I see a lot of places, they just leave their carts out at the end of the driveways. You see this all the way up to Okanagan. You know, the garbage trucks don't go down to the beach. They pick up the garbage at the top of the road. And I don't see driveways as a problem, but the only problem I see is cost. You know, we have a lot of people in our area that, you know, $90 is an extreme cost for them, but somehow we can come up with some kind of solution.
Great. Thank you, Director. Director Roberts, then Director Knodel, please. Director Roberts?
Thank you to the chair. So a couple statements first. Again, I believe that we're having to go into the direction of the automated. I was just recently looking at other requests from some people in Headley about bear smarting the community. And of course, now bear smarting, containers themselves are heavier. And so you can't put in the waste. You need it to be automated, and to be able to deal with the WCB requirements. In a follow-up in regards to some of the stuff that was options that were discussed by Mr. Reeder, I think, of course, moving forward that it makes a lot of sense to have weekly pickup of food waste and green if we're going to go in that direction, and then what's left will be minimal, and once every 2 weeks. It makes a lot of sense. And my question is, which may or may not be for Mr. Reeder, in regards to the cost that was brought up by Director Bush, which is our largest area, is that something that we can use community work funds for, like our gas tax, or the recent funding that we got from the province that we've divided up amongst the electoral areas? Is that something in regards to a capital expenditure in our area to supplement to keep the cost down? Thank you.
Thanks, Director Roberts. Over to you, Andrew, on that, or maybe CAO about the funding.
Me too. We can get back to you to confirm. I mean, I would think that if it's a capital purchase, then that may be possible, but we would be at that point. I mean, I think the two options that we would need to look at in terms of carts would be one of two. One where we rent the carts from the contractor and obtain servicing, or the second option is that we purchase the carts and we look at some sort of maintenance contract to deal with them. So those would be, I think, our two options. And the funding from gas tax, I think, would only be applicable for the purchase option. So that's something that I would have to confirm with our CFO, but that's, I think, would be possible.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to recognize the time. It's 10:45. We have a delegate coming up on the next meeting. Is that correct?
We have a delegate. Right. We have a delegate as our second presentation.
Okay, I've got another 4 directors ahead, so just keeping in mind of the time. And I just want to echo and put in a plug for bear proofing carts. We've got a major issue on West Bench, and if we're going to invest it, let's invest it wisely for that part too, if we can. Director Knodel, then Monteith, please. Go ahead, Director Knodel.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm a little concerned about the ideas of compost pickup in the rural areas. The more rural you are, the less this is a necessary service. So it's not necessarily filling a need in the very rural areas. I've been watching the semi manual or the semi-automated system work here, and it seems to work quite well. Bearing in mind that the fully automated system takes a considerable bit of precision to place these carts and a fairly large area for that. And that runs into difficulties in the rural. Cities have control over their highways management, the road managements. So they can direct their own staff to be a little more considerate. Where carts have been left out in this area, they tend to get swept away very rapidly by AIM roads. And there's very little option for in heavy snow areas for opening up an area large enough for the fully automated systems to be able to pick up these carts. They spread out quite a bit, and they also need a considerable amount of accuracy in how they're placed. So that creates some problems in the rurals that I'm a little concerned with. So I tend to favor the semi as opposed to seeing what may happen if we force this the wrong way. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Director. Director Monteith, please.
Through the chair, so I have a two-part question. Number one, communities like Apex that have a waste transfer station, obviously those residents would not be paying into needing carts, although thank you for nodding. Number two, recently the contractor must have upgraded their trucks or something because roads that were receiving reliable garbage pickup are no longer receiving reliable garbage pickup. And I've actually gone to the roads where the garbage truck will not go up to pick up garbage and the road is fine. Cars are going up and down, but the truck can't. So speaking to individuals, I've learned or heard that the truck changed where the center of balance of the truck is impacted, or maybe I don't know, there was a change with the trucks themselves that's affected the impact of some rural communities being picked up.
Thanks.
So do you have any insight to that? And can we ensure that we are going to get that reliable pickup? Like there's roads in Caledon that never, weeks went by, weeks that they never got picked up. And they were constantly calling and reporting it and they still never got picked up.
So I think that was part of what the idea was, to make sure we get photos and stuff when pickup doesn't happen. Is that correct, Andrew?
That's correct. I mean, I think we need accountability. I know I've been working with Director Taylor quite a bit over the last couple of winters, and what we've tried to do with that is we have to be careful because it's a balance where the workers have the right to refuse work if it's unsafe, and quite frankly, we don't want garbage trucks going down roads where it's unsafe. But at the same time, we need some accountability and proof to say, well, yeah, this was in fact the condition that was there when the truck arrived. And so that's what the thought was with photos and having those geo-referenced and having some proof of an accountability to ensure that it was the condition, it was an unsafe condition.
Thanks. I'm going to go, it's okay, just watching time. So have you got a quick follow-up?
Absolutely. I do feel like we need to include AIM in this conversation because if they're not servicing the road for standard for a garbage truck to pick up this, it's a train wreck. And it's unfortunate that residents are getting put in a position of not getting a service that they're paying for. So if we're going to continue to bill them and charge them for a service, we need to come up with an option for them, whether that's bringing their garbage down to the end of the road. So we just need to organize it for them because that's what they're asking for.
Thanks, Director. I think that's a good point about bringing in AIM. I'm going to go to Director Federico and then Director Taylor. So just new comments, please.
Great, thank you through the chair. I think going to a bin system is super important. I've known many who were waste collectors and have gone on disability because they've thrown out their back and they're just unable to work. So I'm very supportive of bins. And I agree with the bi-weekly garbage pickup just so we can encourage more recycling and food waste. And then echoing the bear bins as Naramata is a bear-aware community. So they're definitely needed.
Great, thank you so much. Director Taylor, please.
Oh, I'll pass.
Okay, thanks. So we're just really kind of close to time. So obviously we need more conversation. I don't know if that's helped with any direction, but I think the bear cans for sure. The biweekly garbage, I do love that idea as well. I think it's a steep learning curve though. So I think to expect citizens to go from weekly to biweekly without a little bit of a learning in there, but I think that's where we need to go. But can we have this conversation come back from these comments and hear a bit more from you?
Sure. I mean, I think our intent really was just to give everybody a bit of a heads up on what's going on, and we will have to come back. I mean, we're going to have to go through with the RFP at this point in time, I believe. I think I don't think there's a real choice with that. And then what we'll have to do is come back with some options and pricing, because I don't think you can make an informed choice without those costs. And then at that point in time, you as the board can say, here's what I think would be important for my community.
Yes, and hearing from the CFO on what kind of granting might be available as well. Any final comments or questions before we sign off? Okay, great. Thanks. Can I get a motion to close the meeting, please? Thank you, seconder. Thank you, all in favor. Any opposed? Thanks, Andrew. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Gettens. We'll move straight into the Corporate Services Committee, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the eScribe app. I'll go to you, CAO, just in case you want to introduce something, but I see Danny setting up, so go ahead.
Yeah, so we thought, after having given this a try for a while, Mr. Chair, that it would be good to have an update on eScribe. And Danny and Chris are going to have a demonstration here that they're going to go through with you. Mike.
Sorry, I think I'm ready to go.
Apparently we need some technical support.
Hello, thank you for this demonstration. We are going to be talking about eScribe. It's a product we've been using for a while. The product that is in front of you is the delegation or the director app. Nobody else does use this app. It is designed for directors such as yourselves. I'm fairly familiar with it, and so is Ms. McCormick here as part of the eScribe support team that we are looking to help you with. I've skipped the logon process because it is divided depending who you are. So regional directors currently have a login to our single sign-on system, which instantly gives them access to this. The municipal directors may need some top up or training to know how to do that, because it is a different process than what you're used to get some of your information. You do have to log in under an RDOS ID to go and access this service. That has been corrected and fixed and able to log in, but it's something that is probably easier to do in person or with small groups of people to get you in. So for the login process, we're skipping that piece of the demonstration, going right into the application, because from this point forward, it will look the same for all of you moving forward. Any questions about that before Dr. Miller?
Thanks, Danny. Are we allowed to contact you and get a private lesson or whatever on logging in? Or do we have to go through the CAO to be able to speak with you on this?
No, the login procedure is just due to the fact with ransomware in the past and things like that, we have an actual login procedure. It is RDOS based, so it's not tied into all the other different municipalities. So,
but what I'm asking is, you're fine to walk us through it individually
absolutely.
if we call you?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because those login procedures for this app, as well as other things, can open up other opportunities for any information we provide to you. Currently, for yourselves, we do provide the login process and duplicate it so that you have access to WebEx, things like that. But as we get into more services, more of the digital world, moving forward, it would be of benefit to understand that process and utilize it. Okay. So moving forward, the application in front of you, it is an actual application, which is different than what you would have been accustomed to today. Currently, right now, there is a website that we publish the information we use with eScribe for all of you to see. If there's no internet, there's no website for you to visit. This product does allow you to download and be able to access that information if you happen to be in an area that does not have any type of Wi-Fi or internet capability. The other pieces of this application, it is an actual application, so it does need to be installed on your device. Again, for the rural directors that have an RDOS device, that's something easy for us to push out and set up for you. For the directors that have currently city-based devices, we can contact those city-based groups and make sure it's authorized as an application. It is an application that doesn't really interfere with any systems. From our conversations from all member municipalities, it doesn't seem to be an issue to have this installed as an app that is available. The app is under two platforms, which is typically a Microsoft either tablet or device or an Apple iPad type of device, which again, from our discussions with all of the member municipalities, it fits within the current structures of the devices you've been given. So again, something we can follow up with, and a difference between rural directors versus city or municipal based directors. I want to bypass that because it's different for everyone who needs to come to it. So we'll come straight into the application itself. What you're seeing here in front of you is what it opens up to. As a director, this is what we'll see. I'm using a very large icon. I'm hoping it's visible to all of you. You'll see an announcement section here to the top left-hand corner. We have an welcome to eScribe, welcome to the board meeting as well. Right beneath that, we have a resources area. The app is designed to be a one-stop shop. So many of the things that you find on our website will be collapsed and collected within this app so that it's convenient and easy for you to use. Our director expense forms, any items that we have published should be available to here. You click on them and they open up for you and you can access them right away. In the main section or the right-hand section, you'll see the meetings that are currently I've selected today. There's an option for historical meetings, upcoming meetings, all meetings, pinned meetings. Pinned meetings is something we've chosen and specifically you're interested in. You may want to pin a meeting. That's the terminology they've utilized here. I've selected today just to see the meetings we've had today. We can see our public hearing today, what went on. There's lots of icons and attachments that happen through here. They're sort of self-explanatory, but they may not be clear. For instance, for us to be able to move back to where we just were, it may not be obvious. It's the little house button. So this little icon way in the top right-hand corner, top left-hand corner is our house button. That takes us back to the beginning. The beginning here is where all of our meetings, all of our resources, all of our messages happen. That's our main portal site for this application. When we click on a meeting, we're actually going into that meeting. It's specific and our operations change to form and tie into the tools needed for within that meeting. So we can go through this morning as we were going through planning development. We had these items. It tells us where things are moved, voted. We have other icons here that actually expand, allow us to show the actual reports that you'd be seeing or given within a package or something sent out to you. That seems really hard to see. We have buttons here that we can control the view of that and make it much larger, something easier to work with. When we close it, it allows us to shrink back and go back to where we were. There's lots of tools that are available to us when we want to look at these items as well that may be of convenience or of interest to you. The items here, there's a pencil icon that allows us to then go and specifically write on the text, something you may have had before or familiarity with. An iPad or a tablet device with a pen will allow you to actually directly and electronically write in all of our documents, and that stays with it. So if you call us up at home or prior to a meeting, any notes or items you make will be represented and stay with it. It doesn't disappear. It allows you to carry it on through. The other note I want to make is some of you who currently use this product, it is an eScribe product, and some of our member municipalities utilize the products. These two can coexist. They will not interfere with each other. So you can log into your own municipal system, access the same tools and features that you've been given. You can log into the RDOS system and continue on with that as well. Up here, that was just one tool. There's many tools. A pop-up where I get to put a little note, much like a sticky. If you imagine your old sticky notes, you can go and paste that on a document, highlighters, unlighting. There's lots of typical annotation tools that are here in this product. I'm going to just close that out and shrink it so that we can go back to see where we've been before. The navigation is something that may take a little bit of time to get used to, but everything is available here. So that's one of the benefits of using the product. The other thing to let you know is that nobody else uses the product. It is designed for directors such as yourself. It's a specific product designed to hopefully make this entire ecosystem much easier to utilize and designed for all the meeting types that eScribe currently supports. Within our staff typically uses the website and those features. Same with our managers uploading reports. That's done in a different tool. This tool was designed for yourselves. As such, should be easier to use and directed at what you need to be able to do within these meetings. Any questions about that before I carry on to some other details? Go ahead.
So I missed already. How do we open up this tools you showed us?
So the tool itself, we want to install it on your device. It is an
it's not
actual
here.
application.
Okay.
So it's not a website. Director Gettins.
Thank you, through the chair. So I don't forget, under the resources, I think that's super handy and I really appreciate that. And I also appreciate that we're building this together. Can we add the zoning bylaw? I think that would be great, just the most recent one, because that changes quite a bit. And then when you're going through this, and this might be coming later, I always download the meeting PDFs to another program, that like another app that I have, because I really like being able to search. And so I can go and I can search all of the meetings with it since I've been elected to find any time an address came up or a name came up. And I find that really useful. Is there capacity to do that in this app to search meetings, previous meetings?
There is a search capability. It's different than probably what you just described, because the search capability tries to do intelligence based on what you've picked and where you are in the program. So are you looking at all meetings ever existed in the history of the product? Or are you looking at a specific meeting within a specific week that you want to check and look at? What we can do is train and show you what's capable. It is searchable across the entire spectrum of what is used in eScribe, but it is different than what you described and may not be as simple depending on what we want to look for. But there are capabilities here. The idea is that this is a one-stop shop, that there should be no reason technically where this doesn't provide everything for you. Having said that, it's a new thing, so it will require some time to get used to, and maybe tools that you're different or not used to using in the past. We are looking basically, Mr. McCormick and I, we're here to help with that transition. So anything you need, items that you can't find familiar, where you're used to, we're here to help with that. Because like I say, you will be the only users of the product when it comes down to it.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Director Knodl's online asking a question. Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you. Through the chair, Danny, I currently use a split screen. Is that still available with this product?
Through the chair. Yes, it is. So the product is not designed to, it doesn't have to replace your paper. You can, if you still like paper, you can utilize paper. The idea with this product is we want to show you what is capable. We are licensed for it. It is a cost to the product. It's open to all directors. And if there's a way to use it, that's great. We're here to support you using it.
What I was asking is about split screen though. Can I have this and one of the resources open at the same time, or is this one or nothing kind of thing?
This product, we've talked to eScribe about that because of our online WebEx meetings. The idea is we'd open up both products, both WebEx as well as eScribe for those people that utilize a hybrid setup. And that the recommendation from eScribe has been to at minimum have 2 screens. This can happen with 1 screen. It is not easy. So for people that are coming remote, we recommend a minimum of 2 screens to utilize so that one can be showing your eScribe environment, the other one can be showing your WebEx environment. Within the context of this room, it isn't an issue in the same degree as eScribe can be coming on the devices in front of you, and the WebEx will still be presented on the main screens that are in the center of the floor.
Thank you, sir.
And Director Taylor, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just wondering where the files are saved, Danny. So would they be saved on our computers or saved on your mainframe server?
Through the chair, the files for the product depends on how you're currently connected. So if you are, say, in Apex or somewhere where you may not have internet accessibility, it will continue to cache the files locally on the device. That's why it is an application and actually is being physically installed. Once it reconnects to any kind of internet feed, it will synchronize so that all of the files and contents that you've downloaded or worked with become synchronized. You are not limited to one device. However, you are limited to a platform. What that means is if you are more of a Mac user, it is expecting multiple Mac devices, but is fine to synchronize between them. It will not let you move from a Windows device to a Mac device today. That is something that we've already had discussions with it and that they are looking at. If you're on a tablet or a Windows system, again, multiple devices within that ecosystem share the content and information. Further to that is there is some sharing in a hybrid world where we're talking Apple product and Windows product. We don't see it as conclusive or as nicely defined as it could be. So we would prefer to use eScribe's recommendation where they are utilizing all features, all capabilities on one platform or the other as opposed to cross-referencing them. Having said that, there is some sharing already happening.
Okay, thank you. Continue on.
Thank you. One thing that I want to be make you aware of, you may have noticed that the coloring is also important here. There's green, there's orange here. What the orange coloring refers to is these items where it's actually started to download content for me. That means that content would be available if I no longer even had internet or I moved to an area that didn't. So the colors you may see on the side of a meeting will change as it gets to download product. It's not something to be scared of. It's just more of information's sake that as they're trying to do and let you know what's happening with the product. I'm going to go to our current meeting that we see today. On the left-hand side, again, we see all of our agenda items. We see this paperclip icon. What the paperclip icon refers to is meaning there's an actual attachment for that part of the meeting. So when I click on this part of the meeting, you will see these icons, and if I be patient, it will actually show up and highlight a tooltip, they're called, to let me know what that button would do. I'll be able to click on that button, see all of the reports, which are typically PDF, which we currently have access to on our website. It's trying to be more concise and connected so that you can get everything from here if you wanted to. So you could click on those. The other icon that's usable here is private comments. So if you wanted to type in and talk about any of these items, it has the capability of typing in all of these private comments that will be visible only to you, something that you can share or bring up or any notes you'd like to make that may be pertinent to that article that's being represented. So the idea behind the application as you start to use it is it should simplify all of your notes collections when it comes to all the meetings that we run, not just board meetings. We will be utilizing this for every board meeting, except for possibly in camera right now. That is a possibly down the road.
Okay. Is that a new hand, Director Taylor?
No, sorry, hands down.
Okay. No problem.
So I just wanted to provide an overview here of who's involved with the product, how the product connects to what you would be doing day to day. It's fairly simplistic. There is 2 ways to log in, depending whether you're a director, a rural director, or a municipality director, which we will run through and do that for you. And just some feedback to also find out who would like to start, getting more involved with this. There's no requirement, although we think there's many benefits to the product, but we understand it is a learning curve. The product is changing. So this does tie into the back end, HTML and the staff and all the other pieces we use. The reason we've talked about the app today is it is the part that will be staying the most similar moving forward. The product, just so you are aware, is in big change. We're basically looking at eScribe 2.0 coming out in the next few months. So there are significant changes happening on the web side, and we have been working with them as we develop through those changes. We want to present the app now because there's least amount of change happening over the next 3 to 5 months on the app.
Okay. Director Taylor, you see your hand up again?
Yeah, if you're looking for volunteers, I'd be interested in working with this. I presently download stuff as a PDF and do my comments on that, and then save it as a PDF and work off of those during the meetings. I'd be interested in working more closely, with the system you're using. So getting on board with this.
Your first potential guinea pig, for lack of a better word.
So moving forward, sorry.
Director Weep?
We talked about laptops. Is it something that can be run on phones, or it needs to be installed on a particular device and then run from that device?
From eScribe's recommendation, anything less than an iPad would be difficult. It's not recommended. Can it run? Yes, it will run on a phone. Do you want to use it? I'm not sure.
Okay.
So moving forward, what we'd like to do is today, like I say, it's a quick showing, seeing what's available. It is up and running, fully functional today, and we'd be sending out an email notifying you of its availability and how you would log in, depending on whether you're rural or what type of directory you're logging into, and then getting you access to that product, because we would install it on your device or multiple devices.
Okay, so that gives us an idea of something new coming. Any other questions? I'm assuming that's the end of what you wanted to present?
Yes, there's more as we get into it, but I realize it's a new product for everyone, and we can always dig into it as we see more.
Yeah, we probably will need some training as time goes on.
We just wanted to make you aware that it's available and ready for your perusal when you want to take that path.
Okay, thank you. So we'll, I see a hand from Director Knodel just coming up. Go ahead.
Just a quick question. When will this be inflicted on us without charge?
Can we answer that? I guess that's...
There is nothing that is taking away the systems you currently use. The idea is that we can present to you the benefits of these systems, and that people will be able to realize those benefits for themselves as they need. We are not looking to push this down. There are some advantages to the system. We want to highlight those and show you where we can save you time. The idea is that this is a benefit to yourselves. This is a product designed specifically for your role. The idea is, can it be a benefit? We think it can. Ultimately, each will make that decision on that.
So just so I understand it, there'll be an email coming out to each of us asking if we want to move forward with this, and then we just reply back to you one way or the other, and starts the process?
Yes, because we do need to have it installed on your devices. So like say rural directors, that's not a problem. We manage and maintain those devices for rural directors, but for municipal directors, we may need to contact, depending on the device. Some municipal directors have very restricted devices and can't add these apps on. We may have to work through the tech companies or any systems that are there to block that kind of stuff.
Okay. Is that a new hand, Director Taylor, or leftover? Leftover? Okay. I'm not seeing any other hands. Appreciate the heads up on what's to come.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Moving on in the agenda, we do have a delegation coming up. And I see they're here, so I'll ask them to come forward. Melissa Edgerly and Sarah.
Yeah.
I'm just going to turn it over to you if you don't
Okay.
mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. My name is Sarah Foss, and I'm a communications coordinator at the RDOS. And I'd like to introduce Melissa Edgerly from the South Okanagan Smilkameen Pride Society. Melissa uses the pronouns they, them, and they are with us today to have a conversation about Pride Month, language and terminology, and answer questions. So Melissa, if you'd like to start off by introducing yourself and telling us a little bit more about what you do with SOS Pride Society.
Yeah, sounds great. My name is Melissa. Pronouns are they, them. And I am a white, uninvited settler to the lands of the Silk Okanagan people. I come before you today to just have a conversation. If you have questions at any time, please let me know. I don't want to just speak at you. I actually want to have a conversation. So I'll tell you a bit about myself. I am a middle child to an older brother and a younger brother. My parents are still alive and still together. I myself have a partner, and they have 2 kids from a previous marriage. I have been on the South Okanagan Smilkameen Pride Board for 5 years October. I also work at Foundry Penticton, the youth center, as the youth and family peer support supervisor. A bit about me. I use the pronouns they, them, and I identify as a non-binary individual. I'm gonna hand out some pamphlets for y'all to look at. There's a lot of information and it's really overwhelming. But today I'm just gonna go over the acronym, which is 2S LGBTQIA. So a bit about the brochures that you will receive. On the front, one says gender expression and identity, and then the other one says sexual and romantic orientation. So I just want to acknowledge that sexual orientation can be different than romantic orientation. So you can be like sexually attracted to someone, but you can also be emotionally attracted or romantically attracted to someone. They can line up or they don't. Same with gender expression and identity. So gender expression is how you show up to the world and present yourself for the day, whereas a gender identity is the thoughts on yourself in your own body. Any questions so far? No? Okay.
Not seeing any, so continue on.
Sounds great. So the 2S stands for Two-Spirit. The 2S comes first in the acronym because Indigenous people were around long before colonization happened. They had their own words and knowledge for Two-Spirit individuals, but during colonization, they lost their language. So in 1980, a bunch of Indigenous people got together and rallied and found an English word that would unite a nation, and they came up with Two-Spirit. It goes at the front because they were around long before we were. The L is for lesbian, which is a female identifying woman having romantic or emotional or sexual attraction to another identifying woman. When I say identifying woman, that is how one would identify themselves. So I, being a non-binary individual, do not identify with being a woman, and I also do not identify with being a man. For people that were born male and identify as male, that is a cis male. So cis is the Latin prefix for the same as, and trans is the Latin prefix for the other. So a woman that was born a woman and identifies as a woman would be a cis female. Moving on to the G acronym, that is for gay. So that is when an identifying man has emotional or sexual attraction to another identifying man. Then we have bisexual, which is the B, which stands for someone who identifies of liking the same gender as well as the opposite gender. Q is for queer and questioning. The other one with queer is it's an overarching umbrella term. So you might hear people in the community identifying themselves as queer. That is them taking back the word that was used so negatively in the past. So queer would be an overarching umbrella term, and it could describe one's sexual orientation, romantic orientation, or their identity. I would also like to just make it known that for the generation before me, there's a lot of stigma and trauma when that word is used. So I am aware of my presence around certain people, and so I will not say that I'm a queer individual because I do not want to bring up harsh memories for elders in our community. So I will use the acronym 2S LGBTQIA or rainbow community when talking with elders. When I'm around people my same age or younger, I feel okay to use the word queer. I would also like to acknowledge that I am not overly old, but I work with youth. And so they are taking back the word faggot, which I have a really hard time with because that was traumatically misused against me as a younger person. And so I have to acknowledge that they are trying to reclaim that word. And if it makes me feel uncomfortable, the queer word for the elders makes them feel just as uncomfortable as I feel. So I just ask you to be respectful of the people in the room when you're choosing your terminology. The I is for intersex. So intersex are individuals that are born with both hormone and reproductive organs of the same or opposite sex. A lot of intersex individuals don't know that they're intersex until complications at a younger or at an older age shows. So some cis females could have like testes that are up inside. Some men can have ovaries as well as a penis. So those things aren't really noticed or known until they become older in life. The A is for asexual as well as aromantic. So that means having no sexual attraction or romantic attraction to anyone. And the plus is everything all encompassing, a lot more than the pamphlets in front of you. Do we have a question so far? No. Okay. So
We do have a question, if you don't mind, Director Gettens.
Thank you, through the chair. So Melissa, the reason I think that there's not getting a lot of questions, you're explaining everything very clearly. And I just have to say thank you for explaining CIS. Now that makes so much, or CIS makes so much more sense to me. And so I think that's why everyone's just kind of listening, even though you requested discussion. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And I know that it's a lot. I'm a member of this community. I have actively been engaging and learning for 5 years, and I still don't have all the answers, and I still don't know all of it that exists out there. So I just want to say thank you and how greatly appreciated it is for you to take this time to listen to me speak at you about the community that is so vibrant in Penticton, but as well as the South Okanagan and Similkameen.
Sure. Go ahead, Director Conans.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, through the chair, thanks so much for just describing this so well. It's really helpful. But what I was going to ask, and maybe you're going to mention this later, is it seems like the terminology does change quite often. And I think all of us here want to be really respectful of who we're with. And I'm wondering if you could let us know where to keep up with the terminology so we're right on top of it.
Yeah, sounds great. I wouldn't say so much that the topic is changing as much as it is growing. So again, we all have like it was said before, endless amount of knowledge at our fingertips. Not only do we have it off of computers, we have it on our phone. If someone is questioning something, like when I first moved out and needed to learn how to cook a chicken, I asked Google, how do I cook a chicken? And I got my answer. So anybody who is questioning that Q in our acronym that is questioning, they can then turn to the internet and Google and they can get an answer. So you'll see a lot of people coming out later in life because they never had the terminology. They always felt something, they always knew something, but you can't really walk into a library and get the information. You don't know the books you're looking for, you don't know where to start, you don't even know what it's called. So a lot of people think that we're like secretly trying to take over the world and convert people. That's not true. It's just that we now have the knowledge at our fingertips to know how we identify. I always knew from a young age that I liked both girls and boys. I personally identify as pan within our little panfoot on sexual orientation and romantic. I would also like to just quickly point out that I don't like to put labels on myself, but for educational purposes, I will put myself within a box, which I like to call them flags. So I always knew that I liked both boys and girls, and not knowing what that was, I held on to that. And growing up with my grandparents being Jehovah's Witness and my mom being born and studying as a Jehovah's Witness until she married my dad, I never thought that it was okay to come out to my parents. I didn't know how to describe it, and I definitely couldn't tell them that I liked girls. So it wasn't until later that I learned that I'm pan-romantic, which means I don't really see you for your gender. I see you for how you are within yourself. So if you're a really cruel, mean kind of person, I'm not overly going to like you. But if you're a good, kind-hearted person, I could fall for you. So that is where pan-romantic comes into play. So as growing up and then knowing that I moved to a small community, I had a lot of youth coming up to me that said, like, oh, you don't look like anybody here, and you don't like act like anybody here in this small town of like 2,500 people. And I was like, yeah, okay, like that. I'm just me, myself. I was always kind of dressed how I do now. Nothing's really changed. I would be considered like the tomboy, so I played every sport I possibly could. One year for Halloween, my best friends put me in a dress and I walked around telling people I was a girl for Halloween because I just was never ever caught in dresses or wore makeup. It's just not how I felt comfortable, and I never knew that there was a word for that. Which is where non-binary comes into play. And that one is in your gender expression and your gender identity book. So within that, that's that umbrella term as well. And under that falls agender, pangender, gender fluid, demigender, and genderqueer, as well as bigender. So I personally identify as agender. So that is me not having any feeling of feeling female and no feeling of feeling male. Again, everybody before you or in the community would describe their gender to you differently than I do. Just like if I had you all have a conversation on what you thought your gender identity was and how you express yourself, you all have very different ways of how you see yourself as an individual. Questions yet?
Not seen any hands yet. Oh, go ahead, Director Van Elfen.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm looking at this and there's hetero-romantic.
Yes.
And then heterosexual.
Correct.
Not very colorful.
I'm sorry. Y'all are very black and white.
Oh, okay.
Right? So that's like that's kind of like that thinking, right? Is like, it's like, yeah. You can go ahead and design your own flag, definitely. But
thank you.
Yeah, like hetero-romantic and heterosexual, like they see things as like black and white kind of, right? And so like I do this often, like I go out and I help people learn and thank you. And I had like one gentleman And the thing is, like, these can change. Like, it's not always the same. Like, you can change. Who I was 10 years ago is not who I am today. And who I am today is not who I will be tomorrow, right? Every day is a different day. And so I had a gentleman, 76 years old, that I was talking with. And he's just like, for the last like 30 years, like, I have been asexual. So he didn't feel the need to sleep with anyone, and he didn't have the desire to sleep with anyone. So he then knew that, like, even his orientation changed with time. And so I don't want you to see it as like one end to the other end. It's always moving and it's always flowing, right? Same with gender expression. Some days, you just want to leave the house in whatever, sweatpants and a hoodie, and just enjoy the world. And then other days you want to feel pretty badass in your skin, so you're going to dress up and make yourself feel confident. How you portray yourself to the world that day is how people are going to approach you that day, right? And so that's every time, like, a queer individual that is either trans or non-binary shows themselves to you that day is how they feel confident in leaving that house that day.
Go ahead, Director Miller, question?
You mentioned taking back the F word to the community. I'm wondering, do you have any opinion of the song Money for Nothing by Dire Straits? And how do you feel about the issue of rewriting classic novels and that thing and sanitizing them for today's? Do you leave it as the art form of something that was, well, I guess in this case of this song, 1985, but going back to Twain and people like that, when you work on a book with a child, do you just say, well, this was really unacceptable for the turn of the century, or do we get rewritten versions of songs and stories?
James, you hit me with a tough one.
Discuss. I'm on the library board, and not just anybody can get on the library board. That's like really prestigious, and so that conversation comes up regularly. And I'm just wondering what Pride would think of that, if they have thought of it at all.
Oh, beautiful question. Okay, so again, how I am talking today, I don't speak for the whole community. I speak for myself. And so with that, I don't know the song that you're referencing. I'm sorry. Maybe if I heard it, I would know it, but I'm not good with artist names. Okay. Saying that we should rewrite things that have been done is, I think of Indigenous people right now when you talk about that. And I think that we were taught Canadian history one way, and then knowing that it actually was like a cover-up, pretty much, of like how horrific Canada's history actually is. And now the truth is coming out. Is that rewriting books and novels to be more inclusive? I don't think so, but I think going forward with the knowledge and with the people and having more works of art that are actually true to the society at the time, right? So that's the only thing that I could say to that, is just, yeah.
Seeing any other hands right now?
Okay, so one of the things that I will just talk about is one of the ones that has come up is like, should we put our pronouns on identifying markers? So at the end of email signatures, on name tags, on anything like that. And I think that the way that I want to frame this for you today is I have a person that I know, and they personally were identifying as like they, them. And they were looking at a job, and when they were communicating with the person for the job they wanted, they seen the email signatures with the pronouns in the bottom. And they said, I know that if I work there, like, it's an inclusive place because they've started this. So it may seem like everyone is doing it, and A, you should jump on that, or B, you just want to like hold steadfast to your thoughts. I think that expressing that and showing that gives somebody the space that they didn't know they had to question or to relate to. So that would be my advice, is talk it over as a whole. But just know that like a future employee or a future member, that could be the world of difference to them. Yes, a question.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa.
Yeah.
That's a really good conversation. I certainly have gleaned a lot from that as well. To pivot a little bit, I'm interested in any upcoming events in that for Pride, since we're in Pride Month.
Yes.
If there's anything that you want to talk about and share, anything coming up this weekend or?
Sure, yeah. So this weekend, See You Later Ranch is holding a Pride in the Vines. So they'll have food, wine, and some performers. On Friday, I head out to Karamias for Lower Similkameen Indian Band and Upper Similkameen Indian Band. Headley is doing a little parade through their town, and then Lower Similkameen Indian Band is doing a carnival in the park. So that's where I will be Friday. Saturday, I will be camping with my family, and I just got a kitten, so she's about to find out what camping is like for the first time. And then next weekend, we have chosen not to do any events because we recognize that it is the weekend of the Between the Lakes powwow. And so we have sponsored $1,000 to their Two-Spirit Dance prize. So for anybody looking to do anything on the weekend of the 25th, 24th, 25th, 26th, I encourage everyone to go to the powwow. The following weekend after that, I think, is Canada Day weekend. So there's nothing happening. But on Sunday, we had a rolling pride parade, and it had a beautiful turnout. Yes.
Excuse me. So which part were we talking about for the Lower Similkameen Indian Band?
Yeah, so I'm going to be in Karamias supporting like a Pride carnival that they are doing. So SOS Pride, we like to partner with people. We don't want to be the only ones like holding Pride and having to do events for Pride. So we really encourage others to plan Pride events, and then we help gain traction behind it and awareness for it. So Lower Similkameen Indian Band is driving into Karamias, and they're going to hold like a kids carnival. SOS Pride will be doing hot dogs and chips and pop by donation, as well as doing face painting, tattoos, and glitter.
So does that be Memorial Park? Do you know?
Yes, the one by the pool.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
Sorry to keep firing hardballs at you. It's not because I dislike you. I just, you said you wanted a conversation. I think these are kind of important issues. But with respect to, the absolute appalling situation that happened at the children's track meet in Kelowna, and then combined with the beautiful crosswalk at Queen's Park School that's, was instantly vandalized, I guess what is the answer when people say, well, using Kelowna as an example, if there's 130,000 people in Kelowna, the law of averages, there's one idiot in the entire. And same with the crosswalk situation. Is it a case of, well, that's one hateful person too much, or is that a suitable reply that, well, there's one bad person out there, and whereas I believe the vast majority of Canadians are supportive and understanding?
Yeah, so I have two takes to that. So the first one is, if a horrible person is just going to be a horrible person, that reflects who they are, right? And so their true colors show when a bunch of children ask for a rainbow crosswalk and they have the audacity to vandalize it. That's not towards my community. That is towards the children that are trying to create a safe space within their community at school. The other thing is that is not just one-time vandalization. If you take a look at it, it has been touched or tagged over 8 times. It wasn't even there for a half hour before the first one happened. A half hour. We as a community already knew that it was going to happen because for every positive thing that you do, there's going to be a negative, and the negative outweighs the positive in any situation. You look at reviews for restaurants, there's like 100+ stars, and then you have one bad review and it can shape your restaurant. That's the same for our community. People in the community can be 100% great and authentic, and it just takes one person to put something negative on it, and then we're seen as negative. So just kind of approach the things that are going in society like that. The thing that happened at the children's track meet, you had adults, you accused the LGBTQ2+ community for being pedophiles and for grooming children, when really we give them a safe space to get knowledge. Knowledge is how we learn, knowledge is how we grow. And when you have adults that feel the need to look at children and start accusing them of their genitalia, who now is really the bad guy? We create safe spaces for children to explore who they want to be. And then you have people that negatively start calling out children. That speaks for itself.
Well, I find it concerning because the group of, for lack of a better word, COVID deniers have seemed to take on a new cause this month, and that seems to be discrimination towards the transgender community. So they've gone from being opposed to vaccine mandates to supporting Russia in the war on the Ukraine, and now I guess their biggest concern is the trans community, and I really don't understand it, but I appreciate that there's groups that bring this to everyone's attention.
Yeah, thanks.
Seeing any other hands, so continue with.
Yeah, so really the big thing that I wanted to do today was just to come in and get you to know myself. Because I just want to be seen as a person. I'm like everybody else. I think that I'm a decent human being. I really just want to get through the day at the end of the day and say, hey, I actually feel like I made a difference. So with that, I'll just talk a bit about myself. So I already said that I'm a middle child to 2 siblings. I have a 15-year-old girl and a 12-year-old boy. About 2 months ago, I lost my almost 12-year-old dog, who I've had since she was a puppy and a rescue puppy. So I've been going through loss because she was like my child to me. And then I got a kitten a week ago, and I never thought that that hole that I was feeling could get better, but she makes it easier. She's freaking adorable. That's all I gotta say. Willow, and she's an orange cat. Yeah, she's pretty cute. I understand why, like, people that own cats can't be productive. She will crawl onto me and just like start purring and cuddling, and I'm like, that's it. The rest of my day is done until she moves. I can't do anything, which is very hard when you sit on 2 boards, work a full-time job, and have kids. So it's been a shuffle for sure lately. Yes, so I sit on the South Okanagan Similkameen Pride Board. I also sit on the Community Foundations of the South Okanagan Similkameen Board. I have been with Foundry Penticton for 5 years in October, and I used to work with Sewins here in town as a woman support worker as well. I like to play sports. So in winter, I play hockey and I go snowboarding and cross-country skiing. I'm not the greatest at cross-country skiing. I didn't know that you could fall on flat land. For a snowboarder going downhill that I never have an issue with, you put me on flat ground and apparently it's easy to fall. In the summer, I like to go paddleboarding as well as biking. And last year, I started up a 2S LGBTQIA softball team in Summerland because I live in Summerland. So this was our second year with our ball team. We don't win, but we have a really good time and we have community, which is amazing. The reason why that I wanted to talk about myself is I actually don't like talking about myself, but I wanted to make myself a person and a human. And so if I can leave you with anything today, it's that we in our community are just trying to make it through the day without being accosted, without being assaulted, without being verbally or physically assaulted. And we just want to make it through the day. So if you take anything away from today, it's be kind, no matter what.
Question, go ahead, Director Van Elfen.
It's not a question, it's just a comment. I just want to say thank you for coming today, and sharing about yourself, and I appreciate that a lot. I'm 65 years old, still trying to wrap my head around a whole lot of shit in the world today, but I appreciate you being so honest. I'm still trying to figure out how to cook a chicken, to be honest with you. So
right? There's so many different ways to cook a chicken.
Thanks. Thanks for coming out. I appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you for having me. And again, thank you for wanting to broaden your knowledge.
All right. Well, go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thanks. I just have a really quick comment. I echo the point. So thank you so much for being so straightforward and helping us to walk through this. And I don't know if anybody has ever seen the comedian Hannah Gadsby. She's on Netflix, and her show called Nanette, I think it is, was an absolute game changer. So I watched it with my parents who are older than you are, and it was such an excellent conversation starter. So just your last few sentences reminded me a little bit of her show. So I would recommend that for everybody. It's a moving comedy, stand-up comedy, that's for sure.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. Well, seeing no other hands, we do appreciate you coming in and sharing. It's important. And I'm not sure if I do have one question, if you don't mind, is the pronouns after your name.
Yeah.
Could you explain a little bit about that? I get kind of confused about what that really means.
Yeah. So for me personally, I pick they, them, because I don't necessarily see myself as a woman. I never have since a very young age. I always knew that there was something, just I didn't. So not only being called a tomboy because I played endless amounts of sports and majority of my friends were boys instead of girls. I have very distinct memories of being a kid running around in shorts and not having a t-shirt on, right? And just having a grand old time. And then it got to a certain point where my parents were like, that's inappropriate, put on a shirt. And I was like, well, this sucks. How come my brothers don't have to put on a shirt? I don't want to wear a shirt. And then it got to another point, and it was just actually, now you got to wear a bra and a shirt. And it's just I wasn't a big fan of that either. And so it wasn't until I actually dove into this and had belonging that I knew to question, or I had words to what my thoughts had always been. For an example, I hated my breasts so much that I actually wished that I was I would get breast cancer, so they'd be taken off. That's how I went through life, because I didn't know that there was other options, and because I wasn't I wasn't in my heart of core hearts a female. And so when people use this she her pronouns with me that I had for a good 28 years of my life, I now cringe. I don't get upset when people use them, but it just like on the inside, it's just like a little poke and it hurts. And so that's why I use they, them. And when people mess up, I don't really correct them. I'll correct them for other people. Like I'll be like, oh, actually their pronouns are this. When it's myself, like I don't correct people. And the appropriate thing to do is just maybe do a quick apology and leave it at that. Like don't overly like apologize for getting people's pronouns wrong, because then it almost creates like a scene where it's just like, oh, sorry, and kind of move on. And so that's why I have they, them pronouns, because I never identified as like feeling like a woman. If I get he, him pronouns, you'll see me grin. So that's what happens.
Okay. Thank you for that. That does help. I'm always worried about saying the wrong thing, and then sometimes
Yeah, no, thank you for asking. And that's the thing, just like a quick apology. And sorry, I'll get to your question. The other thing is like, give people the space to be able to use their pronouns. So if you don't know somebody's pronouns and you're meeting them for the first time, you can ask, hey, what are your pronouns? Or you can go like, hey, I'm Melissa. My pronouns are they, them. And you would then reply back with,
I'm
hey,
Sarah, and
Sarah.
my pronouns are she, her.
See? Yeah. So don't be afraid to be vulnerable, to kind of put yourself in that place, right? We grow when we are vulnerable. It's scary, but we grow.
Okay, much appreciated. Anything, Director Conan?
Just,
Go ahead.
I think this is a really great conversation. And the other day, through the chair, or recently, I was talking with someone, and I was really interested in your ideas about taking back words and identification. So I was talking to someone the other day or recently about how when I grew up, I was a tomboy, and I really, really liked being a tomboy. And, and I still am in a lot of ways, if anyone knows me. And they said, oh no, you can't use that word anymore. That's not acceptable. And I said, well, what if I identify as a tomboy? And yet it's not, they told me it's not an acceptable term. And I just want to know what you thought, not just of that, but if someone tells me I'm not allowed to think of myself as a certain way.
Yeah, I think that's a tough one, because we as individuals are trying to be sensitive to others, right? And so I had no idea that wasn't politically correct anymore either. So we're learning together. But no, like I do have people that like when I say certain words that I've always just known and had spoken to me, like I hold on to that. And it isn't until someone corrects me and I'm like, oh crap, I didn't know, but now I know, right? And so I guess if somebody had said that to me, I would have asked, what is the better word to use?
If it's about yourself, I think you would be able to identify anything, yourself as anything, really.
Yeah. It's a good question. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Director Miller?
I have a question. I know I have a few transgender friends or acquaintances, and I never know how to, and so I simply don't. I avoid it, but how to broach pre-transitioning. Like, I guess, is it appropriate to ask a transgender person, what kind of things were you into in high school? Were you on teams? Or does it kind of hit a reset at a certain point in their lifetime? Because because, in conversation, we quite often ask one another about where we grew up or what we did or what our parents did for a living or that sort of thing. But with, how does one, and does one even make reference to a prior life, I guess?
Yeah, so that's a very valid question. So I think like having conversations, like getting to know somebody and who happens to be trans, like there's nothing wrong with saying like what kind of stuff like did you do in high school, like what extracurriculars did you do, or like what did you enjoy doing when you were growing up. Like I don't think that is a trigger topic. Maybe if you like ask them like what's changed with them since high school to how they are today. That might be an inappropriate ask, but to talk about family or history, I think you're just, and you can say exactly that, right? It's getting back to the vulnerable. It's just like, hey, like, I think you're a really interesting person and I would love to know more about you. And are you okay if I ask you what sports you played in high school? And then that would give them the space to be like, oh, I really enjoyed playing basketball, or actually like I was forced to play basketball. So that was one of the sports that I had to do, right? It's just, yeah, being vulnerable enough with them and putting yourself out there to ask those questions.
Director Federico.
Thank you through the chair. Drag story hours, sort of around the world and locally, have become contentious issues. So what suggestions do you have to address this?
Man, loaded questions. Yeah, I think it's interesting that like politicians can go in and read to children, and like, no offense to the politicians in the room, no offense, right? But like I specifically have like memories of like presidents of the United States, like in movies, like going in and reading to children, and it's just like they're reading a book. They're not like putting their own like thoughts into that book, right? They're not creating a novel off the top of their head to read to children. So like it's the same, like drag are just people that are going in to read books. Is it exposing them to a different group? Yes. Is that a negative thing? No. I think people that don't have the space to explore who they are, it takes a toll on your physical health as well as your mental health, right? When you don't have the chance to genuinely explore, like, yeah, it's a challenge, right? Or having the messages that like you're having these thoughts and they're not okay and they're not right. And there's something wrong with you if you are a 10-year-old boy who wants to dress up in a dress. Like, what's wrong with that? Why can girls be tomboys, but you can't have men or little boys want to be a tom girl, right? And if my words are politically not correct, I apologize now.
Okay, well, I'm not seeing any more hands again. We thank you for coming in and enlightening us today, because there's a lot there to absorb. And
Thank you.
Much appreciated.
Thank you for having me. And my email and phone number are both in the pamphlets. So if anyone just wants to meet up and have a conversation or have questions answered, you've got my contact information.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
Thanks.
Okay, moving on in our agenda, that brings us down to UBCM meeting requests, CAO.
Okay, so we have until the end of June to get the meeting requests for UBCM approved by the board and then submitted in. And fortunately, we don't have to do briefing notes anymore for the ministry. They do their own, but they have to know what we want so that the minister's staff can develop the briefing notes for them. So we have a list, and Danny's going to bring that up. We've had some submissions from some directors. I know there's probably more out there, but what we need to do is talk about them during committee, and then we have a section on the board agenda later on today that you can authorize us to go ahead and submit those so that we can get them in by the end of June. Now, we do have a policy or a procedure on this. I think what we'd like to do is make sure that they're of a significant issue so that when we go in and take a minister's time at UBCM, because they're all very busy, everybody wants to talk to them, is that they're somewhat substantive or provincial in nature. Or on the other hand, we have in the past also gone in just to build relationships and say hello to those that are making decisions that affect us. So here's the list, Mr. Chair. I thought what we could do is just run through these. Those that have presented them just might want to speak as to why they think it would be beneficial to meet with the minister. And we all know what happens at UBCM. We have 15 minutes. You go in, the first 3, 4, or 5 are shaking hands of everybody that's around the table and doing introductions. You probably have about 5 minutes to discuss your issues, and then they're trying to get rid of you on the back end of it. So we can't go into a meeting like this and not expect the minister to talk. So we'd have a very short period of time in order to present on the issues. So that's why it's important to make sure that we are very focused with what we go on.
Director Monteith?
And through the chair, so I just wanted to sort of maybe highlight a concern I had. So last year at UBCM, Director Gettins had an amazing proposal around mitigation measures around rural community schools. Several of us expressed also interest in that for our communities. So I know that you presented to the minister. I know that the chair was there as well and others. Then a letter came back to the board, sort of with an update. And then I know that there was a meeting that happened. Meanwhile, I've reached out to the minister based on the letter. Like, I feel that even though I shared equal concerns, I wasn't brought along with the process. So I guess I'm wanting just to make sure that that doesn't happen again, and that we have concerns that we're sort of a part of the team as well, because that didn't happen. And also in the past, when I've also had minister meetings, the same thing. Like, it's sort of like we bring ideas forward, we're saying we have the same concern, but we're not being brought together as a team and being able to continue to loop on. So what happened is, so there was a meeting, then I had a meeting, then they came and did a site visit, and then there was another meeting that I was involved in, but I haven't been able to share that back with the team. So I guess when these things happen, just making sure that we're working together as a team and that we're sharing all the information, because opportunities get missed when we're all trying to, do our best. So I guess, is that an opportunity to maybe team together on some of these, or when we express interest that we're working better together? Because I haven't seen that, so.
Geez, I don't know. I think we try and lump issues for a certain minister together, because we're only going to probably get one meeting with each minister. So you want to get them all on the same agenda.
Yeah. But I think
I'm not sure what we're talking about.
She's talking about the same issue, but in a different area versus hers. A little better communication about what happened.
Sorry, just to follow up. So when I reached out to the minister's office, I didn't know that there had already been a meeting. So like, I was totally out of loop. Then they felt like they had to update me. I was like, oh no, my chair should. Like, it just felt, it was really awkward. And then they wanted to do a site visit. And I'm like, well, you're going to West Bench and Naramata as well? Because I know Okanagan Falls said they were equally concerned. Oh no, we're only going to Caledon. I'm like, oh, okay, well, I guess, like, it just seemed opportunities get missed when we don't work together. And that's sort of our strength as a board, is working together. So I just want to make sure that we're doing that.
I know we get a response from the minister's office after we approach them at UBCM, but as far as follow-up meetings, we with the directors.
Yeah, generally, I think that's how that happened, yes.
Sorry, just to follow up, but that's the concern, is that when one director is sort of leading the charge, and I'm just using Riley's as an example. I mean, you did a great job. But I just want to make sure that other directors that are expressing the same concerns for their area also get the same information, because that's not happening. This one example, but I can think of others as well.
Okay. We'll try to do a better job at getting it all through. Director Knodel?
Thank you, through the chair. I might just add that items 2 and 3 on the list that's up right now are the same, and they were actually Director Roberts' motion, so I'm quite happy to allow him to take the lead on that. He's way more versed in that particular subject, and I'm just not. I'm kind of thought Adrian Dix would be the direction, so it's I'll leave that to Director Roberts to take that. So that should combine the list a little bit. Thank you.
Okay, we get that. But what it might not be a bad idea is to actually have both your names, like Roberts and Knoble, and the same situation for if it was an issue that was taking place in Area F, but Area I was interested in, put your name on there so that we pass that on to those directors that were interested, because when there's this many, I sure don't remember who was interested in what, and nor does staff. So make sure if that's an interest of yours specifically that you try to attend the meeting. Maybe you can't for other conflict reasons, but try to put our names on there. So go ahead.
Thank you. I'm happy to add weight to that subject.
Yeah. Okay.
Just to follow up, maybe it's part of the reporting back to the board. So we look at these as collective to send forward to UBCM, but nothing really comes back as a board to how those meetings went, what the next steps are going to be, what to look forward to. So I guess it's that next step that's missing.
Okay. Keep it in mind. So do you want to address the first one, Director Johansson?
Yeah, well, the first one was endorsed by this board to go to SILGA as a resolution, and the resolution was endorsed by SILGA to go to UBCM. Excuse me. So this is, I think, just the natural follow-up to have that conversation with the Ministry of Health on additional funding for expansion of existing primary care networks. That seems to be a time to circle back on our where primary care networks have been approved and then they moved on to different phases. Well, it's time to circle back and look for an opportunity for those previously approved primary care networks to look at funding for expansion.
Okay. Director Holmes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would add not only additional funding, but also additional approaches, or because it's kind of this one size fit model that one size fits all model that kind of causes problems when there can be other. It doesn't leave room for innovation within different communities, and doesn't take into account that communities are different and might have their own partnerships in place and their own approaches. So I would, to me, it's the two go together.
Okay. So just to be clear here, unless there's some concern about these meetings, we'll just keep going down the list. And so 2 and 3, we're going to combine, and I'll go to Director Roberts on that one. Go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. And I believe it was public safety is the issue in regards to the minister, but a part of me is, I think what Director Knoble put forward, because when we're talking about the funding, we're hoping to see that come from health. But I believe, and maybe it's something we bring up at both, or what are other people's opinion? Again, the first responders and the fire departments and brigades are under public safety. However, the need to support pre-hospital care funding models through health. So I wasn't quite sure which one or the other.
Okay. CAO?
Yeah, so fire departments come under EMCR now. They don't come under public safety anymore. With this
So maybe we
one,
need to change that.
yeah, so we should go to probably EMCR as far, I think you submitted one further down, Director Roberts, that was specifically on fire departments. This one seems to me to be on the funding part. So if it's that fire departments are being used more and more as first responders instead of ambulance or in addition to ambulance, the ambulance is paid for through health. That would seem to me to be the logical place to go to talk about funding for first responders. So that's why I put health in there.
Okay. Okay.
If that's the issue, if it's the funding issue, then that would be, I think, the best spot to start.
I think that is the issue, but Director Roberts, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, CAO. I think that's probably the appropriate place to go. Because again, these are things that we are doing and have been doing, but it's looking at supporting these small rural fire departments with there are costs that are beyond their ability to pay dealing with first responder issues. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll go down to the next one from Director Knodel. There was one agriculture equity and farm treatment and ALC regulations. Do you want to?
Yeah, that one went through SILGA and passed and is moving forward as a motion, but it's got some urgency to it to see this solved. So I felt it might be an advantage to take that to the minister and see if we can get this solved. It's been a long-going issue that's causing a lot of concern for the small farmers in particular in the area, and it needs to be dealt with. Thank you.
Okay. We're all aware of that when it went through the SILGA resolution. So your next one was to reconsider a decision on the ALC decision on the Campbell Mountain compost.
And once again, this is a topic that has considerable influence on the farming community, and it bothers me that it was turned down. And in light of the ALC currently allowing condominiums on ALC land, we're denying a project that has impact on the farming community, like positive impact on the farming community. So I thought it might be a good idea to bring it forward at this time. It impacts the better part of the Okanagan farming community and the regional districts and cities, towns in that area. So it was one of those things that affects us all, and I thought should go forward for reconsideration through the ministers. Thank you.
Okay. And then one from Director Roberts, ALC re-amalgamation. Go ahead.
Thank you to the chair. The issue in and of itself sometimes isn't a problem, but it's what it could become. We end up with the amalgamation of the accepted footprint on multiple farm parcels that a particular farm runs, manages, or owns. And then it's being placed onto, let's say, a 2-hectare piece turned in, and then which gets then turned into a light industrial park, because you're dealing with production, you're dealing with storage, and et cetera, which then in and of itself might not be a bad thing, but there is no caveat. How do we deal with, so for instance, multiple generations or other family members, pieces of the farm land that was used to make that formula end up getting divided up amongst other peoples, and then they become separate farms that no longer fit that original format. Or if the farmland or other farmlands that are connected to that industrial piece are sold, they may choose to sell a farm, but let's say the organization and or farmer that buys it already has what they need. They may not need that 2-acre light industrial complex. So now we're stuck with a 2-hectare complex covered in concrete and buildings that is ALR, but can only use for ALR, but is now left high and dry because it is not connected by any means to these other parcels. So I see this as a potential and as an issue going forward. There are things that we can do in areas that have zoning, but the same idea, I think this is a piece that the Ministry of Agriculture has kind of missed, that because these aren't connected, there needs to be a caveat, or there needs to be something in the documentation that states like these are all one and have to remain one and the same. All those parcels, because you're using that allowable footprint and putting it on one, then that means all of them have to be sold, or all of them have to stay under one ownership on the deed. So I see that as a problem that needs to be solved. Thank you.
Okay. That might be an interesting discussion. Almost sounds maybe like it should be at the ALC versus ministry, but I'm not sure on that. But
yeah, the minister will probably bring.
It was a policy that was changed at the Ministry of Agriculture's level, because it did get brought up when we were talking with the Ministry of Agriculture before the minister changed.
Okay. Next one on there is from Director Taylor, Agriculture application, whoop, went so fast there. Application of PST on non-traditional food producing corporations. You want to enlighten us a bit, Matt?
Sure. We've got a lettuce plant going into the development park. He has to pay PST on all of his purchases. If he were a greenhouse, apparently he would not. And, you know, just that doesn't make sense. I mean, and when you figure that, I mean, they're increasingly using warehouses like this for growing crickets and worms and all kinds of other good stuff that we'd all love to eat and will be eating in the future. You know, can we level the playing field so that a guy who's using traditional glass greenhouses isn't advantaged any more than the guy who's helping us by growing lettuce in an industrial park?
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Director Taylor, is that just because it's not on ALR land and it's
Yeah,
agriculture use?
I have to dig into that further. Don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems strange.
And I don't
Usually
know
if it's a
if
farm.
it's... Sorry, Mark.
I was just going to say, normally if they're designated a farm, you get to be exempt from PST, as that's my experience anyway, but
Well, apparently growing lettuce under a greenhouse, he can get designated, but growing it in a warehouse, he can't.
Huh, odd. I'll go to Director Bush and then CAO had a hand up. Go ahead.
I believe there's certain things that are exempt from PST, but stuff that isn't, you have to apply for it. And if you come within their specs, then you get a rebate. That's how it works. But to me, I see all of this going to the government is just like asking AIM to come and cut weeds along the road.
Point taken. CAO?
So the question then, is it an agricultural issue or finance? Taxation is finance.
It might be both.
Yeah, well, we only get one at a time.
Yeah, it's kind of, I think, classification. Mind you, that might be agriculture who makes that. But if it's just to do with taxes, it might be finance.
Yeah. We can do further research on that to try and figure that out, but see what we get.
I think we need to find out if it's because it's not on a farm, it's in a warehouse. Because if it's not on a farm, then I think that's probably a finance thing. But if it's still an agricultural use,
I would assume that they consider it a commercial operation, not a farm.
That's BS.
Okay, we'll move on to the next one. Do you have a last
Well, I
comment?
was just
Go
going to
ahead.
say to this issue of whether we want to talk to agriculture or finance, and I appreciate that it's important to know, but I don't think it's going to hurt us to have the Minister of Agriculture in agreement with us if ultimately we find that it is a taxation question.
Okay. The next one on the list from Director Knodel, property tax reform.
We tried to deal with this last year and it got got the improper heading. Not only that, the Minister of Finance, before our footsteps had blown away in the dust, was reappointed, and it seems to have gone off in a different direction. So we'd like to represent that in a slightly better format if we could.
Okay. Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Can you remind me what the reform is? What's the property tax reform?
I don't know that off the top of my head. Go ahead, Director Knodel.
I would be best to refer to Jim Zaffino for the system of doing that. But it's basically what's happening is we're under attack from extreme wealth moving into the area, and it's pushing property taxes up in rural areas beyond the ability of many of the locals to maintain the property taxes. We lost a number last year, and I'm going to lose a few more this year that can no longer pay these property taxes. They're jumping up at $2,000-3,000 a year from these excessive assessments. An example being the house beside me went from 500,000 to 2 million, and the one on the other side went from 400,000 to 850,000 for a World War II building. So that's putting extreme pressure on the residents in the rural areas. So it's they're supposed to be able to age at home, and they're not aging at home. They're not supporting their families, and it's definitely becoming a crisis.
Follow up, Director Getz?
Yes, and I hear that concern, but what is the, like, what do we want changed on the tax reform? So the property values all going up.
We need to stabilize the assessment values. We can't keep jumping them up just because the area goes up. It pushes the ability for the resident to pay the taxes on that land. But when the property resells again, those people that are purchasing it have ability to pay out, or they wouldn't be purchasing at those excessive prices. So it's been looked at, and Jim's actually has a formula for it, and I stumble when I try to talk about his numbers systems.
So just as a follow-up, I think that's an interesting approach. I think there was one last time where it was specifically aimed at seniors, and I just wanted to make sure this wasn't the same thing, because I don't think it's an age thing. I understand it's socioeconomic, not an age thing. So I'm curious to hear more. So thanks. That I'm satisfied with that. Thanks.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Director Bush?
Yeah, so in our area, one of the problems too is for businesses. They're paying, because we're a farming community, like 90% or so, the farmers don't pay much for taxes as compared to residents or businesses, where businesses have to pay like 3 times as much.
3 times multiplier.
And I know in the municipalities that they can control that. They can do it at 2%, but we have no way of controlling that. The other thing is our businesses are being taxed like as if you're in Vancouver and you have a business that's running full-time all year round, where most of our businesses in the rural area are seasonal. And yet they have to pay the Class 6 tax, and there's no way you can argue it. There's just no system to do it. But, we're just, the poor businesses are paying way too much compared to other residents and farmers.
Yeah, that's a slightly different issue than this, but yeah, similar. Director Holmes, and then we kind of got to keep going here.
What Director Bush was speaking about just now kind of makes more sense to me to go to UBCM about than property tax reform. They'll just say, well, you can defer your property taxes. If the value of your property is increasing, just defer your property taxes, don't pay it. And then when you go to sell, you cash in and you pay it all off then. That's what they'll say. That's why they allow you to defer your property taxes. So I don't see us getting much traction on that, but what Director Bush is talking about makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, not all properties are tax deferrable. If you have a mortgage or any of the above, you cannot defer your taxes. It's kind of based on how much equity is in the property. So it becomes a mute point. Not only that, if you're aging in place, it becomes a problem.
Director Van Elfen?
Thank you, through the chair. Just going back to what Director Holmes is saying, and Director Bush, I agree. This has been a conversation at our council table time and time again in Summerland, because we are such a large agricultural community, and the farmers pay virtually, or very little in taxes, and we're so spread out, roads, infrastructure, blah, 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 that has to be maintained. Well, Director Holmes got a letter from a minister, and I don't know which minister it was, but their suggestion was that we annex out the agricultural land to the regional district, and then then the district of Summerland, the town itself can maintain, but we would be part of the RDOS. So I asked Director Holmes, Mayor Holmes, to write them back? And how do we start that process? Like, this is a minister that wrote the letter to us. I'm sure he's got a copy if you'd like to see it, but it's just, that's what you get when you talk to these guys sometimes. Like, how do you blow somebody off in a hurry?
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yes, so I think Director Bush was onto something, because what I fear is if we're gonna do something so people's taxes don't come up, it's gonna be pushed into somewhere else. Whenever you reduce taxes in one place, someone else has to pick up the tab. So I think what Director Bush was talking about would be more that the regional district or we have some say in how the taxation works, because right now we don't have a lot of control over that. And I think maybe that should be the conversation, is let regional districts be a taxing authority so we can set the rates rather than the province having total control. I know Jim's talked about that as well.
Yeah, it's an option or a discussion. Director Van Elfen?
Thank you, through the chair. But Director Knodel has a very valid point, and it's happening. We're seeing it happen, and I've seen it happen over the years, and I've been talking about it for years. A lot of our agricultural land, small holdings, 10 acres, 5 acres, are becoming lifestyles of the rich and famous. No farmer can afford to buy it. So the people that are buying it are from the lower mainland, Alberta, wherever, coming here to retire. They buy 5 or 10 acres, they put a couple horses out front, they irrigate 8 days a week, and they got a nice place to put their motor home and their swimming pool and what have you. That's what's driving up the costs of taxation. And so me, Joe Blow farmer that wants to farm, or the other residents in the community, are subsidizing lifestyles of the rich and famous because they're living, on these farms, driving everybody else's taxes up. Or they lease out the front or on paper and still get farm status. So,
which is even worse. Okay, that's going to be an interesting one. ICBC, Director Knodel, cost recovery, fire departments, traffic accidents. I think that one's fairly straightforward.
Yes, and Director Roberts would like to share in that one, and I'm more than happy to have him sit in on it. We get coverage from vehicles that are out of province, but ICBC wants to download onto fire departments, and it's wrong. It's just not the way it should happen. Thank you.
So should we be speaking to ICBC, or should we be speaking to the minister responsible for them?
I think the minister responsible for it, would that be Katrina Conway?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
we'll figure that part out.
I tried to find, ICBC is a Crown corporation. They're more or less independent. I don't know who they relate to through the province. It didn't say on their central section there who it was. We can check on that.
Sure. Next one was licenses of occupation. Director Knodel.
I'm starting to sound pretty prolific here, but your recommendation is staff. This has been sitting on the corner of a desk for about 4 years now, and just sits there, and it's time to put a finger on the scale, so to speak.
Okay, try to push it a little harder.
Yes, please.
Forming and manning of permanent invasive mussels and aquatic species inspection stations. Is that one we should be dealing with, or should we be leaving that one to OBWB?
Well, the OBWB already deals with it, but the cost download to the rural district, to the towns and rural district, is extreme. For anybody who's been watching the news, again, a little help from putting a finger on the scale, even if it costs us a little more, this is one that'll save us money down the road. The government seems to be beside themselves on how to apply this one, but yeah, it's one that needs to be brought more to attention before we do end up with a disaster.
Okay. Director McCorduff?
Yes, thank you very much. At the Okanagan Basin Water Board, there's the potential economic impact of zebra quagga mussels. A new, study was done. The OBWB is responding to it, of course, and that would be one of the things that we would be concerned about. And we are, in fact, asking for a meeting at OBW or at UBCM with the Premier, with Premier Eby on this subject. So that might help.
Director Gettins?
There is also somebody at Silga, and I will not remember who they're from, but she actually spoke very, very well on this issue. I think it was one of the only applause that came after Silga, and her whole conversation was around getting more strength around, and I think she wrapped it up with a zinger of a line about how much you get fined for littering. It's in the thousands of dollars, but if you get caught with a zebra mussel, it's a couple $100 or whatever it was. So I know there's other people working on this as well. So do we take a look at what everybody's putting forward from the interior? Like, can we partner up? Because this is I think it suits more than one region. I think it's a bigger issue than just more than one regional district.
It's absolutely region-wide, but
I'd like a way bigger interior. It's like, really, it should be the whole province that's forming this one.
okay. Go ahead, Director Conants.
Yeah, well, I remember years ago when I was on the Silga board that we brought this forward and spoke to the minister about it. So I don't know how many times it's brought forward, but Silga did bring it forward, 5 or 6 years ago? Spoke right to the minister.
And that's why it's still coming forward, because there's been no reaction. But go ahead, Director Klein.
So do you want Silga to take this to a minister, or, because we're trying to figure out at Silga who we're going to see, but we would need the supporting documents if we're going to send this in.
Well, maybe it is a Silgan. I don't know how that works with the Okanagan Water Basin Board. I'm not sure how that works, but I just know that at the Silga, somebody else, I can't remember who it was, sorry, but she had a really great idea too. Like, she just had a very good presentation, what she was saying. And yeah, I just think it's better than the regional district of the Okanagan Similkameen. I think this is one that we all need to band together on and go to the province. Sorry? To Silga, yeah.
I would think maybe a good one for Silga, actually.
Yeah.
No, it's not a resolution.
Sorry, can you turn your mic on?
Silga will meet with minister on it.
We're trying to figure out who we're going to see.
Yeah. So maybe we should take this one off for now and let Silga deal with that?
But I need somebody to.
Yeah, we can get the info.
Yeah, I'll need somebody to send me the info so I can.
We can manage that. The next one is Director Taylor, stewardship agreement with the short rate Aster. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'd like to speak to the minister on this one, but I also appreciate that this is not a regional issue. So if I could have 1 minute as part of the regional district's meeting with the minister, that would probably meet my need if you have to rationalize the number of meetings you got.
Okay. CAO?
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether Forest is responsible for Crown land, and I thought that's where it might fit. It might be environment. I'm not sure where that protected plant registry is.
Sarah.
That's federal.
Species at risk.
That's federal, but the staff that we're dealing with within the BC government are from Flynn-Roe.
They are, okay.
That's probably who enforces. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I absolutely support Director Taylor continuing this, but this did go to the ministers a couple of years ago as well.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe a follow-up from that might help lead the next step to this.
Well, I have to say, majority of these we've dealt with at previous ministers and UBCMs. So it's just, you got to keep. Go ahead.
The one thing here, the stewardship agreement is now lapsed, so it, in theory, does need to be renewed. So that is a different position than where we were at a couple of years ago.
Okay. And who was that agreement with? Do you have that information?
Oh, no, I don't, but I can find it for you.
Because that would make a difference as to which minister we meet with, if it was a specific ministry that it was with.
I'll get that back to staff.
Yeah, perfect. Municipal affairs, 1 hectare policy. We talked about that this morning. I think everybody's familiar with that one. Director Taylor, again, additional funding to upgrade sewer and water infrastructure. You want to add anything to that?
Nope, just making the general case. We're so far behind the 8 ball, we can see ourselves disappearing over the horizon.
Yeah, I hear you. And BC Hydro, time of use bill.
This came up, BC Hydro sent us a request for meeting with them, and I wasn't able to open the request form, so I requested that staff answer it, and it came back as a request through the ministers' meetings. I was trying to answer their request for information to get into the meeting, and I just couldn't open their form. It wouldn't allow me in. So
okay, so this isn't a minister's meeting. This is one straight BC Hydro.
BC Hydro, yes.
Okay. I think that completes the list. It probably would be more relatable to Fortis down here, but BC Hydro had sent out a request if there was anything people wanted to meet with them about to put in a. Go ahead, Director Monteith.
Through the chair, I believe Fortis will be sending out the same.
Probably.
So that might be a Fortis thing versus BC Hydro.
Because that's our supplier here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, I was going to say, I think we're a little bit of both, so. Oh, we haven't completed the list.
No, we got a
Let's
second
keep going.
page, Mr. Chair.
Wishful thinking. Director Taylor, traffic management, I think we all know what that one is. That one is MOTI. What's the section 52 agreement?
That's came to through committee, Mr. Chair. This was the one where if we can get an agreement with MOTI, we don't have to send in our bylaws every time,
okay,
and they
yes.
hold us up. And
Okay, so that was just a follow-up on
yeah,
that?
just
All
tacked
right.
on.
Director Roberts, another one from MOTI, accessible infrastructure support for travel to corridors. I'm not sure what you're looking for there. Can't hear you. You're muted. You're muted. He's just a talking. There we are. Huh. We're not hearing you, unfortunately.
Take it off.
We can't hear you, Tim. Oh, well, let's try the next one.
Phone there, like he's talking on his phone.
Could be. Lack of licensed daycare in OK Falls.
Uses his Bluetooth and it's probably connected to his phone.
Director Taylor?
Yep, again, and look, to my colleagues, I'm sorry if I'm presenting things which perhaps you feel I should be dealing with individually, but these are all important to my community, and so I'm putting them forward, and I'll address them in a different way if you prefer. But we desperately need a licensed daycare. We are actually close to having a plan that would work, but we will need funding from their program.
Okay. Director Coyne, go ahead.
Just curiosity, have you spoken to the school district? Because school districts are supposed to be responsible for daycares moving forward, and I know that's what's going on in Princeton.
Yep, and we have spoken to them, and to date, they're saying they don't have space.
Yeah. Okay. Another one from you for housing.
Same
Go
thing.
ahead.
Same thing.
Sure.
Yep.
Director Federico?
Thank you, the chair. Can we broaden the one for housing? Because I'm also interested in this one, but just a slight adjustment to put in like attainable, affordable housing alternatives. Like, I don't know if that's quite where Director Taylor's going with his request, but I think if we're in front of the minister and we can kind of rephrase it to be a bit more inclusive, I'm happy to jump in on that one as well.
Okay, well, you'll have to get that info to
Yeah.
staff suggestion. I'm seeing Director Taylor shaking the head yes, so unless no other hands, question. Go ahead, Director Comans.
Just on that note, so if we get approached by BC Housing for housing opportunities that don't fit in our community, Penticton, so we should be referring them to Naramata and OK Falls? If we already have, for example, that a certain stage housing, enough that we think we should be working with OK Falls. Because there are certain types of housing that we've been getting a lot of lately, and I don't know if we're referring them to Naramata. Through the chair.
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. BC Housing's tried to put housing in Naramata before, but because we don't have a community sewer system, they won't entertain it. So until some of our infrastructure changes in some of our communities, they won't even entertain coming out.
So the only possibility is probably OK Falls with the proper sewer system at this stage
I
anyway.
believe we're speaking with, or our mayor is speaking with the housing
Yeah, if it don't
minister
fit for
today
you,
even.
make an offer for
Exactly.
someone else.
No,
Can't
there's
hurt.
some
I'm sure
housing
Matt
we would
wouldn't
love to have in your
be upset about the possibility. Okay, the next one, again, is Director Roberts, who is still chatting away there on his phone. Single approach to multi-jurisdictional issues. No, he's still not hearing you, Tim.
Yeah, his Bluetooth isn't working. I think that's a problem.
The request was deleted.
Can you hear me?
Now we do, yeah.
Okay, so that is one piece of equipment that is now broken.
Okay.
All right, well, I apologize for having to be distracted for a moment. I had a call in regards to a physician call. So. The EMCR, again, this is going back to that discussion that we took forward to Silga and went up to UBCM before. And the answer we got back is that, they all do work together. But again, we look at issues like right now when we see in the news that $100 million already been spent in forestry, and we're going to see a lot more of that. When we have issues that are multi-jurisdictional, in, for instance, like the budget gets cut by Modi for cleaning the, and keeping fire down in its right-of-ways, alleys, and et cetera, those particular issues, it does well on their budget, but the same idea, we end up then if a fire starts in those, paying 10 to 100 times more from another ministry's budget. I'm looking at the issues that we have with the jurisdictional things with stuff in the Crown land, like with the blue bus that I've been dealing with that has recently been vandalized where they tried to light it on fire, which if it had been dealt with initially more effectively, we wouldn't end up with something that ends up being a threat in regards to fire to a residential area. Same thing happened in Olalla where things were left in one ministry long enough. So I see this as an approach where when we have an issue that in and of itself can affect health, life, and or loss of property, that it institutes a way and a format under the EMCR where they can all kind of collectively deal with their budgets, their manpower, and their resources.
Okay, understanding that one. I'm not sure we're going to get through all these. We're already up to the end time here, but there's 3 left. Expand provincial campsite road amenities and points of interest. I think that one's fairly straightforward. We all know what illegal dumping is.
So these last 2, Mr. Chair, nobody put them forward, but I know there's been some chatter about them lately, so I threw them on the list in case you wanted to put something forward.
Okay, Director Roberts, hands up. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you to the chair. And that legal dumping kind of slips into the one of the issues that I saw under the approach of multi-jurisdictional issues, because that was what I was running into with Modi, forestry, et cetera, around Headley and around Olalla.
Okay.
The silviculture regeneration of burned forest area, that's an ongoing problem. right now we don't, if you have a burned area, there's no silviculture on it. So we talked about it last night at our Forest Corp meeting, so, or that didn't happen. But if we could probably leave that on, and then I could probably take a lead on that if I don't have another meeting, so.
Okay, is there any others that are not on there that we're thinking about, or Director Gettens?
Thanks. I don't have another one to add to the list. But I did want to say last year, I did take the time before we met with our minister, and I created a report with photos and everything like that, because you do only get about 6 minutes to speak. And I left that report with the minister. So I actually, at the time, my alternate is a master's of communication, so she was fantastic. And we got a lot of quotes. I put in quotes from emails and other requests that I've had for the minister. That report has traveled from a few different hands. And I just want to, and I know that Steph, I don't have the time to take that on, but if you can leave something behind about your issue and then follow up with an email and resend it to them, because you're one of a million meetings. So some of these issues are really important, but we've got to help them out to keep our voices really straight and narrow. So I'm happy to help support that. It's something that I don't mind doing at all. If there's anything here I can help you lay it out, I can see if my friend wouldn't mind taking a wordsmith look at it. But I just wanted to put that in there, that it's really helpful.
No, it's a good point. It's always nice to leave something behind that they can refresh their memory of what the discussion was about. So.
Or I can send you, yeah. I can send you mine too if you just want to use a template.
Okay. All right. So we will be seeing these this afternoon, just to okay them. We do have one more item on here, but we're not going to get to deal with this one today. So we'll put it on the agenda for the next meeting. It was just a discussion point. If there's any other information, though, that we wanted on that, as far as some, I don't know, technical information or costs, one thing that does come to mind was if we did change anything as far as appointment of officers, would there be a monetary cost? That would be interesting to know. So, and I'm not sure if CAO can answer that or whether that would be an HR question.
Oh. We do have an exempt job evaluation plan, Mr. Chair. So if the job description changes, if it becomes a larger responsibility,
Probably
would go up. Yeah,
Okay.
go up a classification.
So we can have that discussion at the next meeting. I don't see it being super time sensitive unless there's a thought for it. Go ahead, Director Taylor, or Director Holmes, I'm saying.
Yeah, there's bit more information. I would certainly like to, I'd be curious about some of the history, like pre-2006, what the situation was and why did it change in 2006? And also, like, what is the best practice out there? What do other regional districts do? What do our member municipalities do? I think, that kind of analysis is what I'd be interested in. Thanks.
Okay. All right. We can try to get some more info on that. Looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to lunch, and then we go directly into hospital boards. You don't want to do this? Oh, an interview. Is that the thumbs up? Okay, we're ready to get started again here. We will go to the Regional Hospital District, and I'll go to Director Johansson.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to call the So this regular, not regular meeting, but this meeting Thursday, June 15th at 1:15 PM of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District to order, and look for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated.
We got enough. She was just checking quorum.
Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Moved, second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And
Delegation is online.
oh, perfect. And the first item of business is the adoption of minutes that the April 20th, 2023 minutes of the Okanagan-Similkameen Regional Hospital District Board be adopted. Can I get a motion to adopt those minutes? Moved, second. Any further discussion on those minutes? Call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. And the first item is, second item, I guess, is our delegation. We have Madeline Siligwong. She's the Executive Director, Clinical Operations for the South Okanagan. She is Carl Meadows' replacement. I'm sure people are familiar with Carl Meadows. So welcome, Madeline. She's here to give us, introduce herself and be available for any questions we might have. So we have Madeline online? You're there?
Yeah, you do. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can't see you.
Yeah, I can't get the video to work, which is unusual, but I don't usually use WebEx, so I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know if Danny knows how to help me with that, but if not, then I'll just proceed without. I've met some of you, but I really just came today because I really wanted a chance to introduce myself briefly, and I'm happy to take questions and make note of them. I'm really not in a position at this point to be able to comment on many things or address many things, given how new I am. But I will let you know that my background is, I have a long history working in the healthcare system here in British Columbia. My background is as an occupational therapist, and I've recently come from 6 years in Fraser's, where I was a director of clinical operations over there. And I covered the entire community of Burnaby, both hospital and long-term care. Prior to that, I spent many years in Vancouver Coastal Health and then PHSA as well. So I have worked from basically the entire spectrum of healthcare, from birth to end of life care, from community acute long-term care, perioperative and emergent critical care. So I'm very familiar with healthcare. I am new to the region. I'm new to the South Okanagan altogether, and recently moved into the community at the end of March. Still trying to find my perfect home. And so I'm presently living in the community of Oliver, and my office is based out of Penticton and in Oliver. I have 2 offices right now, but I'm happy to travel around the region to meet people and to see the communities that we serve. Apart from that, I'll just stop there. That's just a brief history of myself, and open to questions, or just to take things back to the Health Authority, and then be prepared to come back at a subsequent time at your invitation if you wanted me to share a few things. So I'll pause there.
Thanks, Madeline. How long have you been working here
I
on the ground?
started at the end of March.
End of March, okay. So not too long, but I'm wondering, I'll just ask the first question here. I'm just wondering, in your short amount of time here, what are you seeing as the challenges in the South Okanagan for healthcare?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges is around the disseminated way we have to provide care in the rural areas, and things that smaller communities that are outside of major centers, but we have significant population bases there. So it is really challenging for us to keep up with recruitment and retention of our staff. We've hit a bump in the road post-pandemic where we've lost a lot of healthcare providers, and it's difficult to recruit people into these positions. It's even very difficult in major centers. And so I think that's one of the things my leadership team is very challenged with, is people often want to work remotely. They want to stay in the Lower Mainland where they are, or in their communities. But a lot of our positions require people to be to change communities or to go to different smaller locales, and we're finding it difficult to keep people. Well, one, to attract them, but then to actually keep them in those roles. And so that's one of the biggest things that I've observed, and that's very different from the Lower Mainland, where people can move about and they don't have to move their location. They can move they can work anywhere for hundreds of kilometers, but they can still base themselves in their residence, and they're well supported because there's lots of services nearby. They're not working in isolation. It's really difficult up here to in some of the areas that I've been in to be able to incentivize people enough to come work in small communities because they're isolated. They don't have the professional support. They don't have all the resources they're used to. So we're having to go further abroad to bring people in. And not some, like Ontario has a lot of small communities, as does Alberta. And so we're successful in recruiting people from other small communities, but less so from the Lower Mainland.
Okay, and just to refresh the board's mind, the area that you cover, you said you had an office in Penticton, an office in Oliver. What area do you actually cover? The whole regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen? Or?
Yep. My portfolio is identical to Carl's, so I cover from Summerland down to the border and all the way over to Princeton and all the areas covered there. So I have Princeton, Headley, Carameus, Soyuz, Oliver, Summerland, Oak Falls, Penticton, all of it.
Awesome, thank you. I'll open it up to the board. Looking for anyone that has any questions about healthcare in our area that Madeline might be able to help with. Director McCordoff.
Thank you, and thank you, Madeline, and I appreciate the fact that you came to Osoyoos to meet with me about a month ago. We're still concerned about primary care centers and primary care networks, and I'm not sure whether that's in your bailiwick or not, but it's definitely one of the biggest issues that we're facing as part of our healthcare. Do you have anything to do with that? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do. It is covered under my portfolio. So one of my directors, Jana Betkoff, and we meet regularly with the Primary Care Network leadership and the Collaborative Services Committee and all of those groups. So we are very concerned. We understand that there are a lot of proposals from some of our smaller communities that are out there and outstanding. We are looking at and working with our physician providers all the time to be able to recruit more providers to the communities. So it does fall into my area, but physician recruitment sits with a different group. So we just work in partnership, and so we are in partnership with the physicians around this piece. But I don't have any magic wand to bring people to smaller communities. So we're just working together.
Director Roberts.
Thank you, and to the chair. I do understand some of those issues in regards to rural retention, but my question comes around in regards to policies and procedures. So for instance, I know that in the Carameus area, we have nursing staff and people that are living in our community, but I would love to work in our facility, but are directed to fill gaps in those that are on PRH first. Now, I understand the need in the larger center, but a lot of times, if we are not able to facilitate supporting the larger facility by mitigating unnecessary visitations to the ER and other parts of the, for instance, like the lab, et cetera, by not being able to meet the needs of people in their community, it just exacerbates the problem. So there seems to be a hiring process or a place in regards to how you deal with putting people into certain priorities. I'm wondering whether or not that's something that you could look at. And the other question is around, for instance, use the term boots on the ground. A lot of the staffing that I see, and I am in healthcare, that are in our rural facilities in Carolina, there's actually as many, if not more, bodies than there has been in the past. We had a very short blip where we had an extreme, a great amount. Again, we've got 3 doctors in the facility, and we have a doctor in town, but we seem to only be running off of approximately 20% of service level. So for instance, something just comes up and the inability to be able to access, even if we have a doctor locally. So I'm wondering whether or not are these 2 compounding issues, policy and procedures that are in place in regards to how you deal with staffing between your rural, remote, and your main trauma centers and tertiary care facilities. And the other one, is it in regards to service level, how people are actually post-pandemic? Thank you.
Sorry, Director Roberts, there's just a lot of noise. I didn't hear the second part where you said, I got the first part around the policies that and deployment of staff, but the second part, there was just a lot of microphone noise around your second part there.
Sorry, to the chair. Yes, and the other question is in regards to the actual service being done by the actual bodies in the positions. Has there been a change post-pandemic in regards to, let's say, job roles, expectations, etc.? Thank you.
Okay, so I can't speak to what service levels were before, only because I don't know, so I'll take that away. And I'll also take note of your concern related to policies. So what I can say, just based on our basic standard HR practices that I can speak with confidence to, is that if a person is hired into a role, into a community, such as, say, Care Mias, unless their job already has requirements for them to perform functions in other communities, i.e. Penticton, we would only be redeploying people to a larger center by voluntary redeployment and only outside of their regular services. So, if there's a specific thing you'd like to reach out to me about after a specific case, I can certainly investigate it. But I do know that we, if for example, in Penticton, we've reached out to other communities like Vernon, who have a resource in the OR that we potentially, wanted to leverage with them. They had some excess, we had some excess of something else, and we talked about things like that. But I'm not aware of currently today, in the time that I've been here, where we've been moving out of the smaller community to the larger. I'm aware of the other way where we've been asking for volunteers from Penticton to come to some of the communities like Princeton, and like I see regularly requests go out for staffing. But what I hear you really saying is that we're concerned more about stabilizing staffing and providing services in the community to the people in the community who need the service, and not pulling either the people who provide the service out, or not asking people to have to go great distances to receive basic healthcare services, i.e. like lab. And so I take that back to the group. I appreciate that as a very serious consideration and concern for everybody at this table, I'm sure. Right? We really have heard loud and clear that people don't want to travel for some basic things like lab or diagnostic imaging, or even, it's hard to talk about family doctors because some communities are really short on family doctors, and people will travel great distances to have a primary care provider if they have one, but we shouldn't ask people to travel for basic things, and I hear that. Yeah. Go ahead.
Follow up, Director Roberts.
Thank you. And I'd just like to throw a plug in that, in the past, there's been a wonderful upkeep in regards to we have a great facility in Care Mias, and we had imaging, we had an upgrade of that imaging and lab work. So yes, you nailed it. That's what we want to see, those things being used to their full potential, so that we can mitigate people that do not have the ability to travel great distances are able to deal with those ongoing services. Thank you very much.
Yeah, understood. Thank you.
Madeline, it's Director Johansson here again, Chair. I was wondering if you could tell us how involved you are in the capital requests that come to the Regional Hospital District, usually in the fall.
Yeah, solid question. I actually just had my orientation yesterday from Dan Goffner about my role and his role in relation to putting together our funding asks that go out to this board. So I'm about as familiar as 24 hours. But Dan and I are prepared to follow the normal process. What I can say is that the process for putting together capital asks within the hospital before it comes sort of to the place where we would even put together as a health authority our asks. That process predates me, and that's a very similar process to every health authority I've been in, where the teams identify their needs and their wishes clinically for the programs that they provide and compile them, and they're submitted up through capital and finance, who prepares a package. What's new for me, and which is how this board relates to that. So I'm going to have to stop there, because otherwise I'd be treading into territory that I'm not quite ready to speak about yet. But I do understand that from I think yourself, Director Johansson, we had a conversation about this. I do understand that there are concerns that have been raised by this group. So I'm looking forward to being part of the process, and I'm working with this group to ensure that we meet the needs of communities that we're actually providing services for.
Okay. Another question for you. Just wondering what your involvement would be in the new UPCC here in Penticton. You're involved in the hospital, but do you have any input, or do you have any oversight, or do you have any discussions around the UPCC, how it's functioning? Are things going well? I've heard, various reports on that myself, and maybe some people around the table have heard some reports on that as well. Just wondering your involvement in that type of a clinic, since it is run by Interior Health.
Yep, good question. I am involved. The clinic leadership and operational side reports up to me. Again, given that I'm fairly new to this role, I would not be in a great position to talk about how it's functioning, but it does roll up to me. The entire clinical operations budget of that, the Interior Health side of it falls under me. My director is Jana Betkoff, and her team of managers report up through me.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Maybe a question for later. Director Bloomfield had a question.
Thank you, and through the chair. Hi, Madeline. We met a few weeks ago with Carl.
Correct. I recall.
Yes, and so regarding the City of Penticton, we had I believe an approval for the Car 40 program, or that's in the works, and I just wondered. I heard some rumors about the progress, but I wondered if you could confirm what where that program is right now.
Yeah. So Director Bloomfield, I've been away for 3 weeks. I just got back on Monday. I have not received, my update is tomorrow with the interim director for the mental health and substance use programs in Penticton tomorrow afternoon. I have not heard anything further from the ministry. We were waiting for a ministerial announcement. So unless that announcement occurred while I was gone, and you would be aware if it had, there is no change in since you and I last met.
Okay, yeah, that's my understanding. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Madeline, I'm not seeing any more hands up here, so thank you for coming and introducing yourself. I know you're new to the Oliver, Penticton, Summerland, and the Similkameen area, so I look forward to you coming back to the board, in the near future, after you've had some more time to assess what's going on in the region, and maybe share some of those things with us, and we can continue to share some of the challenges we're having. I think there's a few more comments around here, but it's clear that you're new to the area, so we don't want to overload you at this time, knowing that you probably don't have those answers. So thank you for coming, and we look forward to having another opportunity in the near future.
Yeah, thank you very much, Director Johansson, and I will be better positioned to actually participate and share information as I get more into this role. So just know that this is just me being new, not that I'm not wanting to dig in and participate and take bring information back and forth and share and participate and collaborate with all of you. Okay.
Thanks, Madeline.
I'll leave you all now. Thanks so much.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll go to our next item on the menu, on the agenda, menu. I had lunch and it was really good. In fact, I noticed that bacon mushroom quiche disappeared very quickly. Anyway, Northern Health MOU. So a bit of history on that. At, I think, one of our board meetings here, Director Bloomfield mentioned that he had talked to Loyal Wooldridge in Kelowna about that he was working on a MOU with Interior Health, and in discussions with him that it necessarily wasn't going that well or being that received that well from Interior Health, and on the suggestion of Director Coyne, set up a meeting at Silga with all the regional health districts, the TNRD, the Columbia Shuswap, the regional district of the North Okanagan, Central Okanagan, and the Okanagan-Similkameen, to discuss what we could do to be more involved in healthcare, and specifically talk about the MOU that Loyal had been working on. As an example of an MOU, we got a copy of the Northern Health MOU that is with all 6 regional health hospital districts in the Northern Health region up north. And everybody was pretty excited about it, thought that that would be something that would be great if we could all get together, the 5 regional hospital districts in the southern interior, and push that forward to Interior Health. At that meeting, it seemed like we had got some traction there, and the CAO from, I think, Columbia Shuswap, I'm not sure if that was the one, felt like he was going to take the lead on it and take that MOU to the CAO group and have it sort of fleshed out, and then it would come to the boards. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to have happened, but to keep the ball rolling, I've been talking with our CAO, Bill Newell, and I've got it on the agenda here for everybody to have a look at. Now, it is the Northern Health MOU, but I think there's a lot of good things in there, and some of the highlights are in the provision of 3-year capital plans, which is, I think, something that we've struggled here, not really knowing what's coming forward the next year when we're approving a budget this year, that it potentially has borrowing associated with it. So are we getting ourselves into a spot where we won't be able to continue to fund those? Built into their MOU is the opportunity to widen the scope of projects. So that's an interesting concept as well. Obviously, I think we'd need more information on those projects. And so also included in the MOU is an enhanced project implementation and accountability process for projects over $1 million. And if you read that detail in the back, that is goes into great depth on large projects, which would give us much more of an understanding. It also speaks to those projects, us, the board, getting a full package that talks about in detail what the projects are and the rationale by those projects, so we could get an understanding of those projects. The same rationale that actually goes to the board, we don't see that here. We just get sort of a Cole's notes. It's included in their MOU is the flexibility to negotiate, and my understanding is that includes contributing less than 40%. We don't necessarily have to contribute 40% to every project that Interior Health brings forward to us. We have the ability to negotiate, and if we have a better understanding of projects that are a priority for us and maybe that are not a priority for us, we can contribute the full or less. Also included were clear meeting dates for planning and funding, including opportunity to meet with the Health Authority Board, which we don't have at this time. All we do is get some people from Interior Health, and the opportunity to meet with the board chair and CEO at Silga and UBCM. So I think those are pretty good things. I don't know if anyone has had an opportunity to look at the MOU, but I would like to sort of get a thumbs up from everybody here, because I think the next step is that we got to create our own document, which I don't think is a huge onerous task, because I think everything that's in here is good, and I don't see anything that we necessarily want to take out of it. There may be something that somebody may have a suggestion that we want to add there. I think we need to, once we have that document, we need to distribute it to all the other regional hospital districts, because we'd like to sign it as a collective with Interior Health, not just one of us. All the regional hospital districts in the southern interior, And once we have consensus among the other regional hospital districts, each board has approved the MOU, we can work to get sign off from Interior Health. So that's kind of the process that we can keep the ball rolling. And I think if we get something in a document like this MOU, we'll have a lot more traction in negotiating and dealing with Interior Health and getting more timely information, having help with our budgeting process so we know what's coming down the line, because we've got at least a 3-year capital plan. Maybe we want to have a 5-year capital plan. So I'll leave kind of the discussion there. I don't know if anybody's got any thoughts on it, but I would like to continue moving this down the road. And since the ball, I think, has kind of been dropped after Silga, I'd like to pick that ball up with our regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen and take the lead on this and get this document done and get it to the other hospital districts and get sign off of everybody and then get it to Interior Health. Some of the feedback we've had, I believe our CAO talked to Dan Goffner on that, and there seemed to be some appetite that at least not, this isn't going to happen. From Loyal, actually, some of the indication was they weren't that excited about it. So I was happy to hear that Dan had some positive things to say about it. I don't think it's a slam dunk to get this MOU signed, but I think if we all go together as a group, as a collective, I think we'll have a better chance. Director Bloomfield?
Yeah, I think that an MOU is definitely a valuable document to have. It's valuable because as a committee and a board, we understand what our responsibilities are, what our options are, and I think it's paramount to have an agreement with the health authority so that we all understand what our respective responsibilities and duties are. So I'd be very much in favor of trying to move forward on this and seeing if we can get to a consensus and get it signed. Yeah.
Director McCorda?
Thank you. I agree. I think it's a really good idea. I'm just wondering if Island Health or any of the other health districts in the province have a similar MOU, and it might be worth asking because it would help to sort of get what they've written and take the best parts maybe. So I'm definitely in favor of this.
Great. Do we need a motion, CAO, to continue moving down this road? Oh, sorry, I got a comment from Director Roberts first, and then I'll go to you.
Thanks to the chair. I was going to state whether or not if you need a motion, I'll make that motion.
CEO, I'll just pass it to you.
Sorry.
I just wondered if we needed a motion to continue for us to take the lead on this and get the ball rolling.
Well, I've got some notes as to what I need to do, Mr. Chair. If you wanted to get an official position from the board as to an authority to develop an agreement for distribution, you could do that.
Okay. Well, Director Roberts, you want to craft a motion? Or just a motion for the regional district of the Okanagan-Similkameen to take the lead in drafting an MOU for distribution to the other regional hospital districts in the southern interior?
Yes.
And work to get.
And using the terms of the northern interior, northern health. Thanks for my motion.
Perfect. CAO.
So are we just looking for the southern interior, or are you looking for the IH region?
That's a good question, because I looked at Silga and we just met with the 5 hospital districts that were attending Silga. So there is the East Kootenay and the West Kootenay hospital districts as well, and there might even be the Chilcotin hospital district. So I'm not sure. Should we extend that to all of them, or should we just deal with the 5 in the southern interior?
I personally, I would try and get them all.
Okay. It makes it easier if we're doing the entire interior health, because it is northern health. There's 6 hospital districts up there. Okay, so let's do interior health then. Director Taylor?
Yeah, I was just curious if our CAO had any other sort of comments, pros and cons of, like, to me, this seems like a really positive direction to go in, but are there any risks that you see?
Oh, I don't see any risks. From what I got from the agreement, it seems like the system that IH used to use, where they would have semi-annual meetings up in Kelowna, where the chair and the vice chair would go up and meet with all of the other hospital districts. And it seems that this is the way that this agreement with Northern Health was crafted. And for some reason, Interior Health, I know they stopped them during COVID, but they haven't seemed to be interested in reconstituting those meetings. So it seems like this one was crafted towards that, but I think we're interested in more specific information for our budget process that the whole board could be involved in.
Yeah. More detail, more information, and some long-term planning so that we can make better decisions for sure and understand the projects better when we get the whole project portfolio as opposed to a Coles Notes and a big number. All right, if there's no further discussion, I'll just call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. That's the last item on our list. I'll just have one bit more of information that the vice chair and I will be attending our first SOS PCN steering committee meeting on June 23rd. That's the meeting that the board approved that the chair and the vice chair of the hospital district get appointed to as community members. So looking forward to that, getting more information and meeting all the people that are on that committee and seeing what information we can bring back to the board. And with that, I will look for a motion to adjourn. Moved, second. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. We are adjourned a little early. Too efficient.
Yeah, just a little too efficient. We can't start till 2:15, so we got a few.
We'll have another quiche.
Yeah, a second round of dessert or whatever is there. So 2:15, we get started here again. Adam, could I ask that we get out of practice now? We're getting close. We're good to go? I'll give it, as soon as it turns 2:15, we'll start a rolling.
Was that Monday that we were over?
Yes. It was a Monday, the 5th.
How did that go? Is that all right? I had a board of
Right. Okay, folks, it is 2:15, so we can get started here with the Regional District Okanagan-Smilkameen Regular Board Meeting. Reminder, this is the opportunity to remove anything off the consent agenda if anybody has anything to be removed. Not seeing any hands on that, so looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to consent agenda, corporate services. Looking for a motion to adopt that. Moved, thank you. Seconder? Great. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, development services. Looking for a motion for that one. Moved, thanks. Seconder? Great. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to development services, building inspection. Item B1, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is a swimming pool up in the Hazula Highlands that was constructed without a building permit. So it's in contravention of that, but then also it was constructed in the front yard setback. And the Area F zoning bylaw doesn't permit pools in the greater West Bench area because of the geotechnical conditions. So we're looking to put a notice on title and seek injunctive action, Mr. Chair, if it isn't corrected by September 1st of 2023.
Okay, I'll go to Director Gettens for direction on this.
Thanks, Chair. I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded. It's on the floor. Generally, we ask if there is an applicant in the room or online that wants to speak to the board on this issue. Are you seeing any hands? If the applicant happens to be online and can hear us, please give us some indication. Raise hand button or something. Seeing nobody in the room or no hands, we will carry on. Any discussion on this? Fairly straightforward. Corporate vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. B2, building infraction in Area C, CAO.
This was at the board on January 29th of this year, Mr. Chair, where we had a property owner who was living in a house, was building a new house. The zoning requires that there only be one residence on the property, and a covenant was placed on the property that they would remove the kitchen out of their existing house when they moved into the new one and use it as a storage facility. And they did that. And then during a later inspection, it was determined that they'd put the kitchen back in. So we came to the board because they were out of compliance. And in addition, they are in the Agricultural Land Reserve, so it needs to be referred through to the Agricultural Land Commission in order to do that. So we're at the point now where we need them to provide information to us so we can get the report forward to the board to authorize it to go forward to the ALC, and we aren't getting a response. So this is just an update, Mr. Chair. The January 29th report gave us the authority to go ahead and bring them into compliance, but the board wanted an update prior to that. So the deadline was June 19th, and the report was to be up to the board today. So this is for information.
Okay, thank you for that. So no action required there. Down to C1, Development Services, untidy, unsightly, CAO.
Yeah, so the act the charter requires that when we appoint bylaw enforcement officers, we do so by name. So we have 2 employees that are now going to be more active in enforcing bylaws due to some unexpected pricing that came back in on a recent request for proposals. So we are recommending that Rosa Alwyn and Timothy Donegan be appointed as bylaw enforcement officers.
Okay, direction from the board on this? You're moving it, thank you, and seconded. Perfect. Any discussion on this one? Director Gettens, go ahead.
I'm actually just the chair. I'm curious to hear how keen the staff are to take on this role. I think it's a really challenging role, so I'm just curious about that.
CAO?
Oh, they're very excited, Mr. Chair.
That sounds ominous. That might be the best way to put that.
Well, then thank you for taking that on.
Yeah, it's appreciated for sure. Any further discussion on it? Seeing no hands, again, this is a corporate vote, so all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to D1, Development Services, a temporary use permit in electoral area E, CAO.
Yeah, this is for a vacation rental at 1135 McPhee Road, and we're recommending that it be approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I will go to Director Federico.
I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on this one? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Thanks. I just wanted to compliment that with these people, I like this idea of a vacation rental when it's the people that own the primary home. They're going to go away from their primary home. They've got a neighbor involved. I just thought there was a lot of consideration with this application. And I just think it's important to recognize that when people go the extra mile to make sure their neighbors are okay. So that's it.
Yeah, it's worth noting for sure. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, this one is a rural vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D2, OCP and zoning amendment bylaw from this morning, I believe, the folder review, CAO.
This is from the public hearing this morning, Mr. Chair, and it is to introduce policies into the Area F official community plan to strengthen how we deal with applications for rezoning to permit subdivisions and our concern about both the quality and quantity of water in the Falder area. So these will now bring those recommendations out of the Falder zone review into the official community plan. And we're recommending that both the OCP and the zoning bylaw get third reading and adoption, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Gettens.
Thanks. I'll move the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, you're moving it. Seconder? Seconded, perfect. Discussion? Director Gettens, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll let Dr. Cohen go ahead first.
Director Coyne, Senior, go ahead.
I don't know if I like that. So I was one of the ones that voted against this previously. Now I'll support this this motion, and because with further learning more about it, it doesn't close the doors to anybody that's there. They still have the ability to be able to come back to the board and request alterations to community plan or whatever. But it also, one of the big things that gave me peace of mind was the letter we all got yesterday from Brad Dolovitt from the District of Summerland, offering to go in partnership with the regional district on that stewardship of that, what do you call it, aquifer. And the District of Summerland's been looking after the water on that mountain for close on to 100 years, if not. And I don't think you'd find anybody more qualified to do that. And if we partner with them, I think that would be a great move on the part of the RDOS. So anyways, I will support this motion. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion on this one, Director Gettens? Go ahead.
Thanks. I appreciate that, Director Coyne. I also think it's really important that when we have somebody step up like we did this morning at the public hearing and represent her community so thoughtfully, and I thought really just put a summary on the voices that are usually the quiet voices, the voices that are willing to give up being able to do what everybody wants, which is to make the money off the land for a greater good of the community. And that's the voice that I hear. And when I sit here and I represent this, that's the community. That's who Falder is. And I think that is a really important voice. So I hope that everybody I thought that was just really respectful how she presented everything. What we're doing here is we're protecting an infrastructure. We can't have any more subdivision and accessory buildings. The water system, actual infrastructure cannot take it, let alone the aquifer. There are severe concerns with the aquifer, as you heard about this morning. So I think it's great. I appreciate the support from everybody, and this is something that just needs to happen. It's too important, and yeah, so I just appreciate it. Thanks.
Okay, Director Holmes, go ahead.
Okay, so I don't have a vote, but if I can make a comment, I appreciate Director Coyne's comments earlier about the watershed. Summerland is working on a source water protection plan, and it's so I noticed the changes that talks about supporting the protection of source water, and I think it's really important that that the RDOS is that they work together with Summerland and with the OBWB and the PIB and ONA, that we all work together to protect the source water, because if just one of us are going it alone, it's just we're going to end up working at cross purposes, and it's not going to work. So so I would like to make sure that that happens, and that that we work together to see this process through. And secondly, as Mr. Dolovitt mentioned in his letter, the idea of having a bulk water agreement with Summerland is, I know I've raised this before in the past, and I've been told, well, the water license is with the province, so basically we don't need to deal with Summerland. But as those of us who are on the OBWB know, in Mission Creek, there are more water licenses than there is actually water available. So in times of a drought, if everybody's using their maximum allowable water, you know, there's no water, there's not enough water to go around. And so rather than wait until there's a crisis where we're fighting over a limited supply of water, why don't we have an agreement in place now with Summerland, because we're responsible for storing that water, and so I really like to see that the RDOS take that seriously, that Summerland's request seriously, and start talking. Otherwise, I'll be forced to bring a notice of motion forward. You don't want that.
All right. Any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, this one is again a rural vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Sure.
I just wanted to follow up on something through this experience that I've had. So this has been an issue that's been in Area F long before my time. Anybody that was here a few terms ago knows about this. The citizen that spoke today talked about Michael Bryden's predecessor talking about this within the area. And I wanted to just point out the fact that at the first and second reading, I still had to debate for support for it, and I didn't get it from all the rural directors, and that's okay, because I welcome debate and I welcome questions. But I do believe that there is an obligation with all the rural directors to recognize that all of our areas are really unique and different. And what works in one area doesn't necessarily work in another area. And especially in Area F, we've got hazard lands, we've got water concerns, and so it's not all going to work across the region. But because I do like the debate and I like the questions, and I think that's what we're all here to do, I do think it's also important that when we have the opportunity to be part of the discovery process, and something as complicated as this, that we take that up. In this case, there are quite a few old studies to be read. There was a current study that was really quite comprehensive. There's a lot of logs, there's community history. And I think if there is at the table the support from the staff, support from the APC, support from me as the director, along with letters from the citizen, the package, and you still can't see why we should be supporting something as important to protect a water source for a community, I really need you to reach out and call. Come and join the APCs, come and watch the public information means they're recorded. But this was really hard for the community to watch, not having the support from some of the rural directors on their water when we had so much from the community that had to come forward. And that's what we saw this morning. So I just wanted to put that out there. It's not to discourage debate, but if there are questions, reach out. Like, there's a lot of people that just counted on this board doing all that work. And so I just wanted to share that. Again, Area F, hazard lands and accessory dwellings, or extra accessory dwellings on the property in Falder. There's just some land that we can't take every dollar out of. There's just a bigger meaning behind it that belongs to the community. Thanks.
Good comments. D3, Board of Variance, CAO.
This is an amendment to the Board of Variance bylaw, Mr. Chair, and it's with regards to meeting rules and regulations subsequent to some issues that were had up in Area F with a recent meeting, and just bringing this now into the future with more electronic opportunity and participation. So we're recommending that this get first, second, third, and adoption, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Direction from the board, you're moving it. Thank you. A seconder on the floor. Discussion on this one? It's one of those ones that I think we need to move through and forward with. So seeing no hands, I'll call a question on a rural vote again. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to item E1, Finance. CAO, Community Works Funding for Willowbrook, again.
Yeah, so this is the director for Area C that wants to contribute $60,000 for construction of the addition to the Willowbrook Fire Hall, Mr. Chair, and we're recommending this get first, second, third reading and adoption.
Okay, go to the area director for direction on this. Director Knodel?
Yeah, it turns out the new truck is longer than the old truck, and the building had to accommodate it. Seeing as how the two are tied together, this is the motion to make that work.
Okay, moved and seconded. Thank you. Any discussion on it? Not seeing any hands. This one is a corporate vote, so all those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. E2, Sophie report, CAO.
This is a regulatory requirement, Mr. Chair, that all local governments follow in order to bring forward those funds that have been spent on elected officials, those appointed officials over $75,000, and the list of contractors. And this is for the 2022 calendar year, Mr. Chair, and this is now forward for the board's approval.
Okay, and I'm assuming if we've got questions, Noel's the one we got to send them to or ask them of. So direction from the board on this first. Anybody prepared to make this motion? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion on it or questions about it? Not seeing any hands here, so this one is again a corporate vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to, go ahead, Director Taylor.
Just a question. How long has the limit been at 75,000? And I guess maybe I'm getting into an undiplomatic discussion, but I understood it was supposed to be, you know, large amounts. And I'm not arguing 75,000 is a lot of money, but we're picking off quite a few people. And would it make more sense if it was over 100?
I don't know. Who actually
I know
sets
it's
that?
not us. I mean,
Yeah. I don't know who even sets it for sure, but CAO, can you
It's
enlighten us a
been
little?
decades, Mr. Chair, but this has been up to UBCM and the province several times. And they just haven't had it on their docket to change
make
that
any
act.
changes or
Yeah.
anything, so. Okay. Director Monteith.
Through the chair, how do we establish the pay scale for, I'm specifically looking at some of the management? Is that, and has it recently been reviewed?
CAO?
We have a job evaluation plan for our exempt employees, as we do for our union employees, Mr. Chair. So it's a matter of identifying, we use the HAPE plan for our exempt employees, which has several variables that a position is evaluated on, and then we go out for a market survey to see what other similar local governments are paying for similar positions, and we establish our scale based on that.
Okay. Go ahead. Follow
Sorry.
up.
Yeah, I guess I'm just sort of looking at maybe a resident's perspective. But when we have a manager of engineering making less than we have a manager of other departments, I guess I'm just curious, like engineering would have quite a lot of skill they would bring to the table. And then we've got a manager of planning who I see in my residency is extreme high value. And to me, that would be a hard recruit position. And then I guess I just sort of, maybe I see some misparities in it, I guess, perhaps is what I'm pointing out.
It could be a question, then maybe this one's Noel needs to answer, is the amounts, that's complete, including like overtime and everything. That's not just their annual salaries. Can you clarify that?
Also included our EOC wages in there. So it is the staff members with an asterisk beside them have worked in the EOC in 2022. So it's difficult to know exactly.
Yeah, comparing
this
the manager
report,
to the manager
right.
is difficult because there's other expenses.
There are other things included in there.
Okay. Makes sense. I thought that's what it was, but I'd rather you clarify it for us. Anything further? Seeing none there, we'll thank you for that. Legislative Services, the Emergency Program Review Working Group. Do you want to take this one, Mr. Director Coyne?
Sure. So in front of you guys, there's a draft terms of reference. I tried to copy off of another terms of reference of the region I could find on the regional district's website, because theirs are laid out a little bit different than ours. So I present it to you guys for comment and feedback, because that's what we're here for.
Okay. So we've all had a chance to look at it. Any discussion? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Just a question. Interview partners and staff. What interview them about what?
About the report. It's all, everything is pertaining to the report that we got from Sundog, so that we can gather the information out of that so we can come back with actionable recommendations. So there's a number of organizations and departments that are mentioned, and so the idea is to talk to them and narrow it down so that we can actually have actionable benchmarked results here, instead of just like it is right now with 150 unactioned, from previous reports.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead, Director Gettens.
Thanks for the chair. I actually really do like this idea of working groups. I think one of the struggles we have at this table is we all represent such large different areas, and there's 20 of us. So it's really hard to kind of move things forward as we've seen previously. So I like the working group idea. I do have some questions about the terms of reference, and I just want to preface this with, this is very similar to the work that I do outside of this table. I work with a regional group like the Holland Health Authority region and the Health Authority and provincial partners. So it's complex doing in terms of reference. I think that's a really difficult thing to do. And so some of my questions are around appointing the members to the boards. I don't know if you want me just to ask questions, then go to answer, or ask a couple of questions at a time, but whatever works. So appointing the members of the board, and I'll preface as well that I don't want to sit on this committee, but I want to know how we're going to appoint the 4 members. And I understand there's a chair and vice chair. I think that the chair and the vice chair as members are a great idea. I just don't know if it needs to be tied to their titles of this committee. I think having a chair from the Protective Service makes sense, but I just want to say I don't know if it needs to be the chair and the vice chair of the Protective Services Committee, but I like those 2 directors on the committee, if that makes sense. So that leaves 2 more from here, like from this board. Is that who the other 2 members are? Okay, and then how do they get appointed?
Go ahead.
So as with all committee members, it has to come back to the board for appointment. It won't be from the committee itself. It won't be Director Roberts and myself appointing it. It'll come back here.
So, because when I was on the committee, I was asked if I was interested in being on any committees, and then the chair, I thought, appointed members. So that's up to the
specific
board?
to that.
Those standing committees.
Standing committees.
Okay. So
I
if
make a
someone's,
recommendation to the board.
so if someone's interested in being on this committee, how do we know that? When do we do that discussion? How do we know that?
Once we have terms of reference, then we will put it out. And I was hoping it would be based on past experience and knowledge, not based on just the fact that we're sitting around this table. So there's a couple people that I have in mind that have some background in government and some emergency work as well. So they have some technical knowledge but it will be open to everybody.
Okay, that's good to know. And then the regional district fire department represents, who decides which fire chiefs go on this?
Again, this board will. So right now, I mean, I have 2 in mind. One has shown interest, the other one I haven't spoken to.
Okay.
One, I won't mention it right now because it's, I don't think, relevant, but yeah, and then the 2 ESS representatives, we have 2 ESS representatives from, well, I'll just say one from Princeton and one from Summerland that have been involved in the EOC since they've taken that position. And I was hoping that those 2 would be interested in taking on that role as well.
Okay.
But it all has to come back to this board to get appointed.
Okay, so that's the part that I just didn't see in the terms of reference, because if we're gonna piece out some work to a working group of the board, and again, I'm on board with that. I think that is a good idea. We just need to make sure that the board members are feeling representative and in communication. This is the first that I've heard about how those appointments are gonna happen.
So everything that this committee does comes back to the Protective Services Committee they will just be bringing recommendations back to the Protective Services for debate and conversation. They won't be making any decisions whatsoever because it's a working group and it's not their job it's just to weed out some of the information because there's a lot of noise in that report. This narrows it down and then brings recommendations based on those points.
And if I can ask another question, and so on those recommendations that are coming forward, I think that's a good approach. Is there like a consensus model for the committee? And I'm asking this only from experience because I am in a really complicated role like this where I have multiple boards making sure they need to be communicated by me in a timely manner. And I just, again, citizens are expecting that their elected representative have a word in this. And again, I probably of the rural directors have the least amount of skin in this game because part of my area doesn't have like a fire chief and the other part of my area relies on a city. So I'm just asking these questions from an overview. So when you get to these recommendations, I'm assuming the working group's going to agree on what recommendations to bring to this board. And then, so there's going to be some kind of a consensus model that I can somehow rely on, that my citizens who are invested in this conversation, like I just want to know that part. How are you going to agree on what recommendations to bring to the board?
They'll vote on it.
Just vote on it. So it's just like a 50% plus 1.
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's a even number, so you're going to have to get consensus.
Or whatever it is.
Well, yeah, it's a hard work getting consensus. We talked about that with Reese Harding, be like it is, and you do a lot of heavy lifting in the beginning to make sure that everybody's on board because all the voices are equal. And again, if we're breaking up this board into a smaller working group, I just want to make sure that my citizens have an equal voice at it. That's what I'm trying to get to. Okay, so again, I'll leave it at that for now. I just, like I said, I am on board with these working groups. I think this terms of reference would be not to overcomplicate it, because I know that this is an urgent part, but I think this is a good stepping stone, and maybe there might be other working groups that we might want to start working on, because it's hard to get big chunks of work done with 20 people. It's just we need to make sure that we're all comfortable with the approach at the board. So thanks for answering my questions.
Okay.
Director Taylor had his hand up.
Director Taylor, you had a hand?
So as I see it, this group is really just going to be the group from the table here that's going to dig into stuff more deeply and identify some recommendations that then get brought back to a committee before it goes to the board.
Yeah, so a committee can't, because it will be a committee of the board, but the committees themselves don't have that authority, so it has to come here, and then it will report to the committee, and then it'll be debated at this board, or at the committee level before it goes to the board. So there will be a lot of opportunity here for input from the board, as well as bringing in that technical knowledge that I'm hoping we have at that working group, so that we can get the best results possible. And it will be based on the actual report. And there's a lot in that report. I don't know if everybody's had a chance to read it, but there's a lot in there, and there's a lot that's not said it's in there between the lines. So that's what needs to be figured out. And I don't think we can do that as 20 of us sitting around the table. And that's why who's on this, like 2 fire chiefs, or I guess we could make them fire department representatives. So 2 people that have, had dealings with the emergency management program that are arm's length, and then the ESS, which is arm's length, but deals with the emergencies every single time, and then 4 members of the board, so that it's not overly political, and we can get it to actually work. Because if we put too many board members on, or we put too many, fire department, or too many, supportive system people, then it's going to go one way or the other.
Okay, Director Conans?
Yes, through the chair, I was wondering about the interviewing regional emergency program partners and RDOS staff. And so I guess where I'm hesitant on that is, with the one employee system, and we'll have board directors interviewing RDOS staff. I think that could cross some lines that maybe shouldn't be crossed, or put people in uncomfortable positions.
Well, no, I understand your concern, and I think that's why we kept it a small group. Is it's not going to be a witch hunt with the staff. It's to understand some of the things that are in the report, because they do make direct response to the EOC, and unless somebody speaks to this EOC staff, we can't get a better understanding of what's happening in that EOC. But we can't have the EOC, like the emergency management team, interviewing their staff at the same time, because you're not going to get the full answers.
I guess that's where I'm a little concerned, because you're not going to get the full answers. So I don't know. I think it's a great idea to have a working group also, but I'm concerned that, the reason, I know you've all talked about this so much already, so no worries, but I just want to say that the reason there was an independent review was because of not doing that, right? So now I'm afraid that you don't want it to turn into a witch hunt, and it would be easier. I'm just concerned about that, interviewing RDOS staff.
CAO, do you have any concerns on that?
Go ahead.
I think staff would be happy to participate, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. From my perspective, I see it as more, they're the ones that are dealing with it right off the get-go. So their input as to what needs to happen first is critical. Okay. So asking those questions is important, as I see it.
And we have had a lot of staff cycle through the EOC, that I think some of the ones that I've spoken to, they want to have a voice. And I think this is the way that they can feel safe with doing that. We don't have to mention who they are. We can just, as the working group, we can keep their identities safe as well. If you're concerned about that.
I don't know.
Okay, Director Weeb?
Is there someplace just indicating here that it's a like, it's not like they're being grilled, you know, as, hey, you, come here, and you're gonna account for, it's a voluntary, if you would like to be a part of that process, we'd like to get your feedback.
You're not asking them to account for anything, you're just asking, this is
For
where
feedback.
we're at. Yeah.
Okay.
How,
And that-
how can we make this work?
Just to clarify, because
I
it's.
don't have a pitchfork.
Well, right, no, but just to kind of maybe bring that part to it, that. Yeah. Here's the deficiencies, which one of you is on there? Yeah, no.
I think Matt had his hand up.
Continue, go ahead, Matt. Director Taylor?
Yeah, just in line with that one about interviewing staff, I guess, and I'm just throwing this out here, but does it make sense to actually have a staff person participating in the process? Because they have a lot of the corporate memory and may stop us from going down some rabbit holes or shortcut. And I'm not sure I'd see them in a voting capacity, but much as, you know, we got the planning group supported by Chris and his team, you know, would it make sense to have us supported with an ex officio type or staff support type?
Go ahead, Director Klein.
engagement?
Yeah, and Christy and I talked briefly about this on our 10-minute break. Jim's not here, so I can't ask him about what financial allegations we have, right? Allocations, not allegations. I'm like, I saw some faces there. I didn't pronunciate my word enough. Yeah, so I just have to find that out before I can say for sure that we have enough funds for a staff member to tag along. If we are interviewing staff, I mean, legislative services or even maybe Carmen could come along so that there's no, you know, feeling of funny business or whatever. But I would hope that we have enough funding available for somebody to help us along in this, just with Jim not being here right now. And I can't answer those questions exactly. So he will be back in a week or so. Something like that.
Something
So,
like that,
so
yeah.
we'll have better idea then, but.
Okay, any other questions or thoughts on this? Director Gettins?
Thanks. My first question is if there's a timeline to when, I know you probably have to have the committee meeting first to see what everybody's schedule is like and everything, if there's a timeline. But in the terms of reference, and thanks to whoever put that together, the responsibilities is blank. So are you looking to add from this table under responsibilities, or are you?
So that was just in the original template. So I just, we had our meeting. I didn't know who to send this to, so I sent it. And then this is exactly what I sent. That's why it says name, because I couldn't remember the name of the actual review when I wrote this. So it just says names in brackets, and that's where the name of the review is supposed to go. I did it up, and then I had to copy and paste it on my phone, so I couldn't change it all. But I don't know if we need responsibilities, because it kind of says in the purpose what it is. I'm sure staff can help us with that as well. Like I said, this is a different format than what I usually use, so.
It's good. I think it's a really good start, and I am really, I am supportive of this working group. I think there's going to be multi-purposes to this working group concept. In my mind, I think it's great. So, yeah, that's great. I think just the main thing is that communication piece, just so the board's always comfortable with what's happening, and just that's the challenging part. So.
Yeah, and that's why it reports back to the committee, and then the committee will report to the board.
Perfect. Thanks.
So the next step will probably be a report back to the committee as to who's on and what members will be appointing to it.
So don't we get a vote on that?
Yeah, it'll be coming back to the committee to recommend to the board to approve them. From their recommendations as to who will be on it.
I can't do that until I have a terms of reference that says we can have a committee.
Director Monteith.
Through the chair, so I've heard two things. I've heard that we would have the opportunity to put our name forward, and then I heard that there'd be recommendations to who would be on the committee. So which is it?
Well, it's recommendations to Spencer as to if you want to sit on it, approach him, and they'll put recommendations to us later.
Yeah, any recommendations have to come to the board is it the board that has to vote on the members? So it'll have to come to the board for approval, not, yeah. Because ultimately it's a committee of the board, even though we're going to report back to the Protective Services Committee.
Anything further? Director Taylor?
Last one quickly. I'd be happy if point 5 was relabeled as outcome, which would be recommendations on the RDOS Emergency Management Program to the Protective Services Committee. If that's an outcome, then we know what our objective is and a timeline.
Sure.
Yeah.
Time is flying, and it would.
Yeah, and
a timeline would be, I think, helpful.
And to be honest,
we can always reset it. Take a French approach.
I foresee that recommendations will trickle in. It's not going to be all at once. The committee will tackle a handful of them at once and then bring those forward and whatnot. I can't see all 155 be done at once. Like there's some things that'll be urgent and other things that we can probably postpone till later.
Direction on this? There's no motion on the floor. Director Gettens, you're moving that?
Yeah, I'll just put forward a motion that the terms of reference be accepted and that we get on to the next step, whatever.
Okay, so moving it. Seconder, thanks. Discussion still or more of? Seeing no hands, we'll call the question. This will be corporate, obviously. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Miller, opposed? Okay, motion carries. Down to
He's looking at you.
Union of BC Municipalities. CAO, is this from this afternoon or this morning's?
These are the meetings that you were discussing this morning, Mr. Chair.
So we need a motion to get this happening. Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion needed? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to CAO reports. Go ahead.
Nothing new from me, Mr. Chair.
Nothing new. Other business chairs report. Two items. June 5th was the grand opening of the Oliver facility for composting. Seemed to go well. I guess we'll find out what happens when the actual stuff starts flowing in there as to how it works. And it was hard to picture because it was mainly just a big slab of blacktop with some drains and all kinds of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see that as it progresses. The other item was Monday, we did meet with OIB. I think most of their council was there from the OIB. And just a quick discussion on a few things. I think it was more treated as a learning experience of getting to know each other. And I think it went well for those that had attended. If you have something you wanted to comment on, feel free. Director Bush?
Yeah, I was just wondering, was everybody invited to that?
I believe it was just supposed to be the majority were the ones that were adjoining OIB or
Right.
had something in
Just
common with OIB.
People were asking me like, why, and I didn't get invited, or he or she.
They didn't get
them or
invited?
they, but.
Yeah. No, that was the why. You're getting that right yet. So on those, Sabrina, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. I really enjoyed the opportunity to partner and get to learn more about our neighbors. I would recommend the board consider writing a letter of gratitude for that opportunity to meet with band and council or the chief and council, and that we encourage further opportunities to get to work together.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea. We can do that. I don't see any reason not to. Don't see a hand. I thought I heard someone say something, but board representations, nothing from municipal finance, nothing from MIA, OBWB, anything there?
Yes, thank you. We had a meeting at the beginning of the month. I already told you about the potential economic impact of zebra quagga mussels. That was, I mentioned this morning. The Thompson Okanagan Regional Drought Response Team is meeting weekly right now because they're quite concerned about the concerns about droughts in this area. So that will be kept up to date on that. The Make Water Work program is underway, and you can go online and pledge to Make Water Work. And we have, really excited, we have a new milfoil harvester, which is being built in Germany as we speak. I'm not kidding. It's the only place in the world that makes them. And it's a dandy because it is more mobile up and down on the beaches. It has a bigger tank to hold the milfoil. And so they don't have to run and empty it as often. And it has a wheelhouse that can be lowered so it can go under the bridge in Esuias. And somebody said, well, maybe what we should do is put it in a parade. So it won't be here until June 2024, but we're quite looking forward to it. And sounds like it's going to be a really good one.
Will there be fireworks at the party? A little shot across the bow there.
Nasty.
All right, thanks for that. Okanagan Film Commission, anything there, Director Gettins? Nothing? Regional Library, Director Monteith, anything there?
Director Federico actually went.
I was not prepared to speak about the library. Good meeting.
Good meeting.
Talk
Good
about
report.
Yep, it was good.
All right. Sterile insect release, anything, Director Bush?
Yeah, no, nothing.
And Simia, anything, Director Knodel?
Simia is silent.
Starling Control, Director Bush?
Again, nothing.
Okay, at CBC, Director Johansson, anything there, or Director McCordoff?
We do have a meeting tomorrow for the Thompson Okanagan RAC, so we'll report the next time.
Okay, thank you for that. Director's motions. Although we had a threat of a director's motions, I'm not seeing any hands up. So, no director's motions. Board members' verbal updates. Anything from your communities that's happening that you want to enlighten everybody about? Invite. Go ahead, Director Miller.
As everyone probably already knows, it is Father's Day on Sunday, so happy Father's Day to all of you that are fathers. And Discovery House for about the last 8 or 9 years does a family fun day at Skaha Lake Park, and it's from noon till 3, and everything's by donation. And I've been demoted from the celebrity dunk tank this year, I guess, but I understand council or directors Conans and Bloomfield are going to be in the dunk tank. And don't worry about the piranha that's at the bottom of the tank or whatever. He doesn't bite. And so if anybody happens to be out in Penticton, it's a nice day, and it's an event, especially if you have young kids, that they would enjoy as well.
Okay, thanks for that.
I'm actually not worried because Director Conans is going in before me, so
you can nibble on her toes first. All right. Any other updates? I'll go to Director Bush and then Director Taylor.
Okay, so I went to my grandson's baseball game last night. They were in finals and they won. So Costin team won the UN, and the other team under 11 won too, the championship.
Cool.
From Costin.
From Costin. Congrats. Congrats. That's good. Director Taylor.
Yeah, 3 points. I don't know if it was connected with the film group, but Okanagan Falls had its day in the sun, I guess. So we had a film shot there, First Kiss at See You Later Ranch. And yeah, there's definitely some business comes into town as a result of it.
and really appreciated that. The presentations and the meetings that we've had recently, the OIB meeting, and this meeting we had this morning from the Pride Group, I find them really helpful, really beneficial. So I know it takes time to organize them. It's worth the money from my perspective. And lastly, just on the incorporation process, we are actually very close to moving into a study that we've been working on for 25 years. Long gestation process. And we're hopeful to get that study going next month, I guess. Yeah. So.
Okay, good, good. Sure, go ahead,
If I
Director.
can just add Discovery House, although the two of them, actually 3 locations, they're all located in Penticton, but they do service clients from the entire South Okanagan and Similkameen, so good for them.
Yeah, great. Tim, Director Roberts has a hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. And I just think anybody that's available this weekend, Headley is having its 125th anniversary. We've got wine and cheese and registration on the night, 4 o'clock till 8 on the 16th. There's the Gold Diggers Breakfast Special from 8 till 9:30 in the morning on the 17th, followed by a parade, a street bazaar. There's different kinds of studio tours, a self-guided cemetery tour. You don't want to miss that. And with plastic car and hot rod viewing. And then there's going to be lunch and all kinds of different, what do they call it, food trucks, etc., and other events and performers. And then again, there's going to be another pancake breakfast the following day. But that night on the 17th, there's a dinner and dance. But I do believe that's sold out, but you never know. You might be able to knock somebody off the list. And again, for Sunday, looking at dedication, because the Grace Church is the oldest continually attended church or public building in BC, and as well as the cenotaph being the oldest World War I cenotaph in Canada. So I think it's going to be exciting. There's lots of different events, and the community of Headley really pulled together and worked hard to make a wonderful event. Hope to see you there.
Okay, thanks for that. Director Monteith.
Director Roberts, could you circulate that to us so we have an agenda? Thank you.
Thumbs up. Director Holmes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention last Friday, Municipal Affairs Minister Ann Kang was in Summerland for the kickoff of our Giants Head Mountain redevelopment project. This is phases 3 and 4. Chief Gabriel from the PIB was in attendance, and a number of dignitaries from the ONA and other organizations. This is a $1.7 million project, of which the municipality, we're putting in $450,000, and the rest is coming from provincial and federal governments through the Investing in Infrastructure Canada Fund. So there's lots of trail erosion work going on, remediation work, weed management, and road work, and also we're partnering with the PIB and the ONA on installing Indigenous interpretive signage on the mountain. And so it's a pretty big project, and I think it's important to the whole region, given the significance Giants Head Mountain has to everybody in the valley. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other verbal updates? Go ahead, Director Wiebe.
I'll just follow up. I actually found the information because I didn't want to give the wrong information. We were asking whether it was at Memorial Park, but the LSIB Pride Carnival is in Kirameus, Friday, June 16th, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. It is at Memorial Park, 417 7th Ave. And there'll be music, carnival games, and vendors. So that's on Friday, the 16th, 5 to 8. And there's a car show in Summerland on Father's Day. I only know that because I'm playing bass for it. So I'll be up in Summerland on Sunday afternoon. So what's that? I'll be playing tennis. Oh, there you go.
Thank you. Last call for board members' verbal updates. Seeing no hands, looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved and seconded, all in favor. Thank you. Any opposed? Gone. We are done. Thank you, folks, for your patience.